Welcome. Normal America show. Rob Norm. What a day. It's been a day, man. How's everyone else's day going? Byrano, we had a little run in earlier today. Just a fucking accident. Dude, I don't blame you at all. Just trying to check my ass with the TOS and everything. So no hard feelings. But man, it's been a good day. We had a good morning show today with Collins. Went very good. Had an excellent day with my family. My son had a good day. Had a play date with some friends. Met some new friends today. Apparently was very pleased with that. Always like to hear that. My son having a good day making new friends. So that was good. Did some research. Got some shit planned. Thank you so much. Look at this. Naughty Germ. Loses tonight. Not the first one. Golly, 46 gets $50 right out of the gate. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, sometimes that first goal dollar amount doesn't get on the super check goal. That's all right. The money counts all the same. So we'll know. We'll remind everyone. Thank you so much, Gully. Um, yeah, Byrano, link me that Substack piece, man. I'll read it. But thank you so much, Gully. Yes, it's been a very good day. I think I can announce this. I don't think this is a secret. I am actually going to be attending an in real life event here soon. Let me show you. I should be attending this event. I am with the Crucible there in Chicago, August 8th. My fat ass is heading to Chicago, the second city. I've been there once or twice. It'll be about a 7-hour drive for me, but I'll make a day of it. So if you're in the Chicago area and you'd like to see me or Andrew Wilson, consider attending this event. I think there'll be tickets for sale at the door, or perhaps I didn't read this. Are they pre-selling tickets? I don't know. Here's your events. Seating's limited, so you can check out the little event guy here. It should be a lot of fun. So I'll probably go out the night before, and then I'll probably stay that evening as well, and then drive back the following day. So it'll make streaming a bit strange, but that's okay. I'll take my laptop. I'll stream from the hotel, let you know how things are going in Chicago. So it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, going worldwide. Prestige worldwide, baby. So I got to reach out and, dot some I's and cross some T's before I get there. But I think that it's set in stone. I'll let you know if it changes. So if you're in the area, you should go anyways, even if I wasn't going. Support Andrew Wilson and great conservative content creators. But yeah, I'm very excited. I think it's going to be a good event. It'll be the first time that I've met Andrew or pretty much anyone in the streaming world in person. I deal in Pennsylvania with like politicians and what have here in Pennsylvania, but haven't really dealt with any streamers in real life. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope that you all like that content too. I think it should be fun. Obviously, I won't be streaming that, but you get the idea. I'll be streaming from there. So yeah, I was excited for that. Tiggle, $5 says Rob is the GOAT. Thank you, my friend. Really appreciate it. And the great John Smith called in earlier today. $2 says, evening, Rob, you magnificent specimen of a man. Thank you. I'm trying to start working out soon. Get those traps working. I was talking to someone that was like, you should do curls while you're streaming. Just sit here the whole time. Right? What do you think? I'd have to get those like sissy, like ladies weights, the super colorful ones with the rubber on them, just like, we got a good show. We're going to cover part 2 of the Tulsi files, which is actually part 1 since we didn't get to it yesterday, but I promise we're going to jump into it today pretty soon. I'm not going to spend time petering around with it, so it should be a good show. I hope you all appreciate it. What's up, my friend Grid? How's it going this fine evening? So wanted to start a couple minutes early, though, just to let people know what was going on there. Now, I'll announce this later, but I always have, there's my man Abe Dinkus. What's up, Abe? You should check out Abe's channel. Uh, let's put a link up to that now. Let's do it. 3 channels. I always try, I've been doing bad lately, but I always want to do 3 channels every night that I could show you that you should consider, you should heavily consider, what are we doing here? Checking out. Let's find Abe's channel. Yay, fun. Rob looks through. Oh, first we'll do Grid's channel. Unreasonable Man at Grid Motorsports. Check it out. If you like my channel, I think you'll like Grid's. Go over there. Check it out. He's usually streaming earlier in the day than me. So that's channel number 1. Channel number 2, our friend Abe. Remember, subs are free. Check it out. And then there's a 3rd channel I want you to check out tonight. I did not check out the debate. I thought maybe I'd review that tomorrow, Grid, or Thursday. I did get new gray hairs this week, didn't I? Here's the 3rd channel I want you to check out. Here, I'll post the link. Or we'll post the picture. Bam! Oh, snap! That's me! Oh, snap! I'm live streaming there right now. Wow. Yeah, that's right. Normal America Gaming. That's where the D&D streams will be. And any other gaming streaming that I do. Figure it would make sense to not cloud up my actual channel with gaming content. So I'll make sure to raid over to that channel probably like Wednesday night. Tomorrow night, we'll do a stream from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. And then we'll have a hard out at 10 p.m. and I'll be going over to my friend EOD's channel. And I'll also be streaming to my channel, Normal America Gaming. And yeah, we'll be playing some D&D from till the wee hours of the morning. So it's also going to be a repository for my videos in case something ever happens to my channel. So am I a gamer? Not really. But we are doing a little. Yeah, you can hang out in that chat over there. That's right. But you can't donate money over there. So, but if you head over to that channel, I'll remind you again tonight. Head over to Abe's channel. Head over to my channel, my gaming channel. If we get enough subs over there where we could affect the algorithm in a good way and be able to accept raids and be able to take super chats, whatever. Not really worried about super chats on that channel. But I thought it wouldn't hurt to have a second channel just for gaming stuff and also to just put like politics stuff there in case something would ever happen to my channel. It's a second spot that stuff could be saved. So that's the idea. A couple more super chats. Gizmo, thank you so much for the $20. Really appreciate it, man. You guys are the greatest. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Oh, loot box. If you guys don't know look at that. All right. We'll get those donos in. So that's smart. So anyways, that's where we're at with that stuff. So should be attending this event next weekend in Chicago. Also, talk to my man, Grid Motorsports, who I hope still in the chat here. I do believe that I will be attending DebateCon in Nashville in November. So I should be down there as well. I think I'm going to get involved in some actual debates down there. We'll be talking with Grid, see what I could do. And it should be a pretty damn good show. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll say this, like, I haven't worked a lot with Modern Day Debate recently, but they couldn't have asked for a better guy to work with them than Grid and helping set that up. I know he's going to do a fantastic job making everyone welcome there in Nashville, and he's got some extra stuff planned. I'll bring him on here someday to talk about it. But in addition to the events that are going to be straight through Modern Day Debate, Grid's going to set up some other stuff as well. And I think he's going to really be focusing on sort of people that are there being able to participate in various ways, whether it be asking panelists questions or maybe even jumping in themselves somewhat. So start taunting the lefties now so we have our pick of opponent. All right. I'll start talking shit. Always good for that. So, yeah, I'm happy to be heading down to Nashville there. And I really appreciate the invite from Grid, who's making it easy to go. He's very persuasive. He knocked on my door last night at like 3 a.m. and put me in a chicken wing, was like, shut your ass up, you're going to Nashville. I was like, all right, I'll go to Nashville. And he was like, anyways, nice house you have here. We'll see you later. So he was at least polite after he twisted my arm. So very nice. So that's scheduled coming up again tomorrow around noon to 12:30. We will do the regular scheduled call-in show. And that's about it, man. I say we jump into the Tulsi file stuff. What say you? I hope you say yes. We're still going to be looking for $357. Now, I'm cheating already because Gully donated $49.99 and it didn't show up. Sometimes it doesn't, the first super chat doesn't show up on the goal. I don't know why. So actually, we're already at like, $76. But still, I'll pretend we're not for now, just so I could encourage getting the 357. What I'm going to try to do is talk at great length and not read super chats and not interrupt myself until about an hour in, so close to 11 p.m. So I know people sometimes get tired of the grifting. I'm really, really trying the first 2 hours of my show from now on to just do the grifting stuff at the top of the hour and that be that, so that you get big hour chunks where you don't have to hear me sort of grifting. I might say like, hey, don't forget to get those super chats in or some shit like that. But that's about it. All right, man. I say we do it where we last left our saga. Yesterday, we talked about the timeline that we saw with Russiagate. We went through it significantly, and then we went through some things I was writing about, which was in 2017 and in early 2018, I was writing about two things. The Steele dossier being used for FISA warrants being the biggest political scandal in the history of this country. And in 2018, I was writing about the saga of what we then heard was the start of the investigation, the George Papadopoulos story, and all things connected to Joseph Misfit. By the way, I have some more on that tonight, thanks to Representative Thomas Massie. I know, Trump world hates him, but anyways, we plow ahead anyways. I like Thomas Massie. I don't care if Trump dislikes him. And I think there's some good stuff on that front. So we set the stage for tonight. So go back. I've left that show up on YouTube, much to my chagrin, because sometimes that's going to bite me in the ass. But it is still up on YouTube, so I'm going to leave that up for a couple days. As always, you can find all of my videos on Rumble. There also should be on X as well. But anyways, check that video out after this one if you missed this, or you go watch it right now and then come back and watch this. I recommend you stick right here and send me all your money, though, but that's just me. Tonight, we'll be looking at Phase 2 of Tulsi Gabbard Files. It's about 46 pages. And what it is from a 2020 review that was done on the Russia investigation intelligence communication assessment, or intelligence community assessment. What this was the assessment that was ordered by Obama on, I believe, December 7th. Previous to this, the intelligence community assessments were all saying things like, Russia didn't really do that much out of the ordinary. They didn't have a successful cyber attack on our election infrastructure, and there was no real reporting that Russia had tried to interfere to help Donald Trump. It was just sort of Russia is generally meddling. Obama didn't like the fact that he was getting this report on December 6th, so he requested that it not be released and requested a new report, and the new report came out, and wouldn't you know it, it ends up saying Russia heavily involved themselves in trying to get Trump to win in the 2016 election. Now, of course, we know that the day that Obama ordered the new intelligence community assessment, that very day, intel agents started leaking to places like the Washington Post and the New York Times that the assessment was complete. And the intelligence community assessment, there was a near consensus that said that Russia interfered to help Trump. In addition to that, we read yesterday that Obama wanted the ICA done before Trump took office. So remember, in December 7th, when he orders this, Trump has already won the 2016 election in November, but he's not sworn in until January. So January 20th is when he's sworn in. So Obama on December 7th is like, I want this shit done before Trump comes into office. So that's where we stay. And now we're going to look at the review of the ICA. Naughty Germ, thank you so much, as always, for $5. Always appreciate it, man. Now, why is the ICA important in the first place? Because in order to smear Trump, which was part of Hillary's plan and then Obama's plan, no doubt, as possibly colluding with Russia, which was going to stymie his first term, the precursor that you have to set is Russia interfered to help Trump. Then if you have your media sycophants push that story out there, they're more willing to stomach the intel agencies that started under Barack Obama spying on his opponent. because the groundwork's already been laid. Well, we know that Russia interfered to help Trump. That doesn't really work if it's like Russia just sort of did what they always do, or Russia was just trying to monkey with both sides in the election. Then all of a sudden it's a tougher pill to swallow and a tougher narrative to spin for these media places to say, oh, yes, Trump was possibly working with Russia, or Trump's team was working with Russians. That's why the ICA was so important. It laid the groundwork. Once they realized, we lost the election, then the agenda became, how do we stop Trump from being effective in his term in office? And they settled on this Russia collusion hoax, which, if you lived through it, I did, was the biggest news story for 3.5 years in this country. Both the Comey investigation and then it was Mueller time after that. Right up until year 3.5 or so of the Trump presidency. Of course, then the pandemic and the Floyd riots took that out of the news, and we were told to forget about it. Once it turned out we did actually find out there was Russia collusion, except it was from Hillary's team, not from Trump's. So, that's where we're at. We're going to jump right in. I'll put the link to this so you all could read at your own leisure as well. All right. Slide over here. So I've thumbed through this, but this will be my first time thoroughly reading it. So let us begin. Oh, I want to move a couple tabs here. So, okay. Oversight, investigation, and referral. This was approved for release by the DNI on July 22nd, 2025. That's Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence. This is from September 18th, 2020. The Intelligence Community Assessment, Russia's Influence Campaign Targeting the 2016 U.S. Presidential Election. Why this study? The conclusion of the Intelligence Community Assessment, Russian Influence Campaign Targeting the 2016 U.S. Presidential Election raised concerns about Russian attempts to undermine confidence in the U.S. election system, prompting a comprehensive examination of the Intelligence Community Assessment, we're going to abbreviate it ICA, analysis. Investigators compared the ICA analytic tradecraft against the standards prescribed in the Intelligence Community Directive, or the ICD 203, analytic standards, the primary guiding document for evaluation of analytic products from the intelligence community. Investigators spent over 2,300 hours reviewing the ICA and its source reports, mostly at CIA headquarters and in the compartmented reports vault and on the outside related research. In addition, 20 interviews were conducted of intelligence officers or FBI agents who were associated with managing or drafting the ICA or the production of raw reporting cited in ICA sources. Recommendations. 1. Improve the peer review of controversial assessments involving limited access intelligence. 2nd, require political appointees to recuse themselves from managing such assessments during a presidential transition. 3rd, mandate that finished analysis citing substandard raw intelligence reports include a context footnote explaining all factors that reduce confidence in the information. Now, this is a cover your ass thing. This is something we see all the time when it came to the IG report, the Durham report. Oh, well, what are our suggestions? How about this? Stop the fucking corruption at these agencies. How's that for a suggestion? And we always hear, things will be different this time. Yep, they've learned their lesson. And then next time when we hear this sort of stuff happen again, it'll be, don't worry, they've agreed to make changes within their own industry, or it'll be all right. Anyways, what the majority found. Most ICA judgments on Russia's activities in the U.S. election employed proper analytic tradecraft and were consistent with observed Russian behavior. The key judgments found to be credible include 1. President Putin ordered conventional and cyber influence operations, notably by leaking politically sensitive emails obtained from computer intrusions. 2nd, Putin's principal motivations in these operations were to undermine faith in U.S. democratic process and to weaken what the Russians consider to be an inevitable Clinton presidency. And 3rd, Putin held back leaking some compromising material for post-election use against the expected Clinton administration. Now, pause. 1, regardless of what this report says, I still have yet to see definitive proof that it was Russia that hacked the DNC. We're told that, but remember, the intelligence community assessments from yesterday said that both the NSA and the FBI, previous to this assessment, said they had, quote, low confidence in the fact that it was Russia that hacked them. But let's set that aside from now. What else is this saying here? Putin wanted to weaken Hillary because he just assumed, like everyone else, that Hillary would be the winner. And that Putin held back compromat. Remember that term? Compromat. We all got to learn that term. It's spelled with a K. We got to learn what that meant in 2017, didn't we? You see, that was the name we gave to sort of the Russian spycraft operations that we saw in the Cold War, when they would get compromising material on particular politicians that they wanted to blackmail. We were told initially, the first allegations that we heard about all of this was the pee tape. Donald Trump allegedly hired hookers to pee on him in a bed that Barack Obama once stayed in. And supposedly there may be a tape of this, and Russia would use it as compromat. And oh my goodness, maybe the president was compromised by Russia having this dirt. Well, it turned out Russia didn't really have compromat on Trump, but they did on Hillary Clinton. They actually had dirt that they were withholding so that they could have used that against her if she won the presidency, and they assumed she would win. That's vastly different than the claim that Russia was interfering to help Trump win. We continue. In contrast to the rest of the ICA, the judgment that Putin developed a clear preference for candidate Trump and aspired to help his chances of victory did not adhere to the tenets of the ICD, analytic standards. The director of the CIA ordered the post-election publication of 15 reports containing previously collected but unpublished intelligence, 3 of which were substandard, containing information that was unclear, of uncertain origin, potentially biased or implausible, and those became foundational sources for the ICA judgments that Putin preferred Trump over Clinton. The ICA misrepresented these reports as reliable without mentioning their significant underlying flaws. Now, we talked about this last week. Matt Taibbi, I can never pronounce his name, put up that there were basically 4 things that were used, and there were only 4 pieces of evidence that were used to say that Trump was the person that Putin preferred. One of them was the Steele dossier. One of them was a sentence fragment from a source that was talking about something that seems unrelated, that it said that 20 different analysts read to mean 20 different things. One of them was an anonymous report. We don't know who sent it. We don't know who received it. And it was dated for like 2014. And I forget what the other one was. But all of these were considered substandard. And yet they were shoehorned in here to go against what the existing ICA consensus was, which was that Russia was just meddling to destroy faith in the system. But no, now all of a sudden it's, they're trying to help Trump. Already a massive problem. Now, why would they do that? Why do you think that John Brennan and company would do that? Well, as I told you yesterday, we're well aware of the fact that Brennan was aware that Hillary Clinton her team concocted the plan to smear Trump as colluding with Russia to distract from her email server scandal. And like clockwork, everything that she could have gotten a wish list that she wanted from the intel agencies, she exactly got. They immediately started winding down the investigation into her server. They immediately started up Crossfire Hurricane. They immediately went to President Obama and was like, hey, Hillary Clinton's plan. Here's Hillary Clinton's plan. Then even after she lost the election, Obama was like, that's not going to work for me, brother, and decided that they needed to redo an ICA, ordered it rushed so that it could be brought out before Trump was in office. Truly a wish list of what candidate Hillary would have wanted to be done by the intel agencies. So is it any wonder? It's, again, what you'll notice throughout all of this, if you read this with a Democrat, it'll be this. It was just a mistake. It's just a mistake. How many mistakes must pile up before you say either one, these are the most incompetent rubes ever, and none of them should be near any government official office ever again, let alone law enforcement. They shouldn't even be qualified to work fast food. Or second, the most likely conclusion, seeing as how everything we know about these people and how they hated Donald Trump, that this was intentional, that these weren't just a series of mistakes. It's a pattern that shows that it was intentional malice to smear Donald Trump to affect his chances to win the presidency and to later affect, once he won, his administration. Next, one scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of a sentence from one substandard report constitutes the only classified information cited to suggest that Putin aspired to help Trump win. Again, a sentence fragment from one substandard report. The ICA ignored or selectively quoted reliable intelligence report that challenged and in some cases undermined judgments that Putin sought to elect Trump. What did we talk about yesterday? Every time it comes to Trump investigations, when evidence goes against their preordained conclusion, what do? Ignore it. Or say that it says the opposite of what it actually says. The ICA failed to consider plausible alternative explanations of Putin's intentions indicated by reliable intelligence and observed by Russian actions. In other words, they saw that there was actions that didn't line up with their conclusion, but what did they do? Nothing. They didn't say, well, what are some other hypotheses of what could be happening here? Nope. Obama said, it's not going to work for me that you guys aren't saying that they tried to interfere to help Trump. And then all of a sudden they said, yes, sir, Russia tried to interfere to help Trump. That's the conclusion. Now let's shoehorn evidence we can to make it seem like that was the conclusion. The DCIA, which is the director of the CIA, John Brennan, picked 5 CIA analysts to write the ICA and rushed its production in order to publish 2 weeks before President-elect Trump was sworn in. Hurried coordination and limited access to the draft reduced opportunities for the intelligence community to discover misquoting of sources or other tradecraft errors. Now, this is a big deal because originally, if you remember, if you followed politics back then in 2016, again, I'm 42, so I was heavily invested in that 2016 election. Maybe some of you are younger, maybe some of you are older, and your memory's not as sharp as mine. I'm just kidding. But in case you didn't know, the big report at the time was 17, this was repeated verbatim, 17 intel agencies said that Russia interfered to help Trump. 17. And I talked about this the other night in the show. When I would debate people and they'd say that, I'd be like, really? Can you name them? Can you name those 17 agencies? And then later it was reported, well, actually, it was only like 5 agencies. And then later it was reported, actually, it was just the CIA that basically did the report. And then later it was reported, actually, it was just like 5 handpicked people by Brennan. And now what we know is 2 of those 5 disagreed with the conclusion that Russia was trying to help Trump. The detailed findings. This is an unredacted, fully sourced, limited access investigation report that was drafted, stored in limited access vault at the CIA headquarters. Although the principal findings of this report are identical to the top secret downgrade version prepared for members of Congress, this version contains significantly more detailed quotations from sensitive reports, to include source descriptions from raw intelligence, and extensive footnotes citing raw intelligence reports and interviews of intelligence community officers. The names of IC officers quoted in the main text were omitted by prior agreement with the agencies, but are available in the footnotes of the original source copy. Finding number 1. The bulk of the ICA judgments on Russia's elections operations were sound and employed proper analytic tradecraft. So it's saying, okay, most of what it was saying was sound. Again, the umbrage that they take is, and this is the important part, the part that says that Putin was trying to help Trump. Because they needed that hook to justify all the bullshit to the American people that they were going to do to Trump. The spying that they knew that they had already done that was going to come out. The constant investigation, the special counsel. Putin really liked Trump and wanted him to win, so it makes sense that we need to investigate for Trump's team possibly working with the Russians. But this is saying that the bulk of it was proper tradecraft. Now, this is also going to be problematic because what it shows is they're capable of doing a real report that follows the rules. They did so in this report for most of it, just not the conclusion that they needed most, that they had to shoehorn in. It says, the majority found most ICA judgments on Russia's election activities to be well-reasoned, consistent with observed Russian actions, properly documented, and particularly on the cyber intrusion sections, employed appropriate caveats on sources and identified assumptions. The key ICA judgments that the majority found credible are summarized below. First, Russian efforts to influence the 2016 presidential election represent the most recent expression of Moscow's long-standing desire to undermine U.S. liberal democratic order. Right, Russia always is meddling. Second, Russian intelligence services, acting on the orders of Russian President Vladimir Putin, launched conventional and cyber influence operations, notably by leaking politically sensitive emails obtained from computer intrusions during the 2016 election. Next, Putin's principal motivations in these influence operations were to advance Moscow's long-standing desire to undermine faith in U.S. democracy and to weaken from the start what the Russians considered to be an inevitable Clinton presidency. Next, Putin held back leaking some compromising material to use against the expected Clinton administration until after they took office. The operations officers at the CIA and NSA who produced the raw intelligence cited the intelligence community assessment showed great professionalism. CIA collection management officers, the CMOs in particular, did an excellent job of employing detailed context statements that spelled out evidentiary problems affecting the reliability of raw intelligence. The drafters of the ICA did not accurately cite the most critical context statements addressed in detail later in this study, but the original reports were nonetheless professionally prepared. In other words, these particular people at the CIA Collection Management's office did a good job, and they even did a great job of saying, wait, here's the things that we don't really have evidence for. Unfortunately, that was ignored by the completion of the ICA. Finding number 2. Significant tradecraft failings cast doubt on the ICA's judgment of Putin's intentions. In contrast to the ICA's other judgments, the sections addressing Putin's intentions for influencing U.S. election did not observe professional criteria set forth in ICD 203 analytic standards. In other words, there's sort of an intelligence community rule book, and these are the standards you're supposed to use when you're doing these sorts of assessments. The first part, finding 1, said, okay, the stuff they talked about there met those standards. However, when it came to this part, that Putin interfered to help Trump, it did not meet the standards. Footnote here. It's hard to see some of the footnotes. We'll read them, but as you can see, it's blocked out, so I don't know which footnote this would apply to. It says, the DNI describes Intelligence Community Directive 203 Analytics Standards as the document that establishes the intelligence community analytics standards that govern the production and evaluation. It continues. These failures were serious enough to call into question judgments that allege Putin, quote, developed a clear preference for candidate Trump and aspired to help his chances of victory, and that Russian leaders never entirely abandoned hope for a defeat of Secretary Clinton. The ICA defined these as high-confidence judgments based on a body of reporting from multiple sources. See the box, Putin's intentions. What the ICA says, Putin's intentions, quote, we further assess Putin and the Russian government developed a clear preference for candidate Trump. We have high confidence in these judgments, emphasis added. The CIA and FBI also assess with high confidence that Putin and the Russian government aspired to help Trump's chances of victory when possible by discrediting Hillary. We assess that the Russian leaders never entirely abandoned hope for a defeat of Secretary Clinton. When it appeared Secretary Clinton was likely to win the election, the Russian influence campaign began to focus more on undermining her future presidency. So you can see, they say not that it was low confidence, but they think that Russia wanted Trump to win. Maybe you could defend that. Well, we have low confidence, but this is what we suspect happened. But no, instead, they said it was high confidence, which is laughable because they shouldn't have even had low confidence. The ICA judgments on Putin's intentions failed to adhere to the multiple analytic standards within the ICD, the Rulebook 203. Quote, properly describe quality and credibility of underlying sources. Properly express and explain uncertainties associated with major analytic judgments. Base confidence assessments on the quantity and quality of source material. Be informed by all relevant information available. Consider alternative perspectives and contrary information. And be independent of political considerations. All of these things, they're saying that the ICA, when it came to saying that Putin was trying to help Trump, failed. It did not consider alternative perspectives. It did not look at evidence that was counter to the narrative. It did not describe the quality or quantity of the material. It was not independent of political considerations, which is why it was rushed before Trump came into office. Despite the ICA's significant tradecraft failures, the assessment demonstrated awareness of the ICD standards in a section describing the analytic process. In other words, look, they failed at this, but they specifically said things in the report that showed that they're aware that what they're supposed to do. It quotes, these standards include describing sources, including their reliability and access to information, clearly expressing uncertainty, distinguishing between underlying information and analyst judgments and assumptions, exploring alternatives. A critical part of the analyst's task is to explain uncertainties associated with major judgments based on the quantity and quality of source material. So these were both statements included in the ICA. So they're clearly aware, not that it would be an excuse anyways, that they didn't know what their own rule book said that they were supposed to do, but they're quoting the rule book as they proceed to ignore it. Unlike routine intelligence community analysis, the ICA was a high-profile product ordered by the president, directed by senior intelligence community agency heads, and created by just 5 CIA analysts, using one principal drafter. Production of the ICA was subject to unusual directives from the president and senior political appointees, particularly Brennan at the CIA. The draft was not properly coordinated within the CIA or the intelligence community, ensuring it would be published without significant challenges to its conclusions. We talked about this like 2 weeks ago. They released a little parts of this. Normally, when these things are done, it's not ordered by the president. You don't have the director of the CIA, the director of the FBI personally involved. But not here. No, not here. Here we saw that Obama personally ordered it. Brennan spearheaded it. Comey was making all of these decisions in on it. And lo and behold, all of a sudden, we had this artificial timeline. We have all these problems with it. Now, what the Democrats will have you believe is, despite the fact that we clearly know that this is what Obama, Brennan, and company Comey wanted, they wanted to smear Trump as this, that it was all just, shucks. Well, it was just hapless mistakes. What can you do? It just so happened that it went in the direction that all of them wanted. Shucks. Nothing to see here. Continues. The tradecraft failures identified in this review are limited to sections of the ICA addressing Putin's intentions only. Because the ICA did not follow standard procedures, we'll get to that in a second. Footnote says, of analytic products articulates the responsibility of intelligence analysts to strive for excellence, integrity, and rigor in their analytical thinking or work practices. That was an extension of this. That the analytic standards establishes the intelligence community analytic standards that govern the production and evaluation of analytic products, articulates the responsibilities of intelligence analysts to strive for excellence, integrity, and rigor in their analytic thinking and work practices. So, because the ICA did not follow standard procedures for drafting the coordination within the CIA and the intelligence community, they should not be seen as an indication of systemic problems with analysis from CIA, NSA, or FBI. In other words, they're saying, look, we're just blaming these handful of people. It's not that this is a systemic failure within normal everyday CIA, FBI, NSA documents. It's just this one. Now, wait a minute. If they're capable of doing all other intelligence community assessments by the book, why this one? Why this one that had such political ramifications? Why did they fail? Wouldn't you think that due to the nature of this, that they knew that it was going to affect an incoming administration, that they would have been even more close to the vest? Made sure it was buttoned up even more than normal? But no, as with everything, when it comes to Trump, it's the exact opposite. I remember talking to Pisco when they raided Mar-a-Lago. And I was like, look, can we at least agree on this? If you're going to raid a former president's house, which is unprecedented, at least you should be dotting all the I's and crossing the T's. It should be by the book. It should be as limited as possible. But it was the exact opposite. Instead, they're throwing souvenir ball bats, napkins, ID. They're rummaging through Melania's underwear drawer. They're laying out folders of all the evidence for photo ops. Why? If it's professional and there's no bias whatsoever, then why are they doing all of this shit? That's always the way it is. You would always assume, my goodness, they're going after the president of the United States or a candidate for president of the United States. Surely the threshold has to be much higher, and they have to be very careful because they know the political ramifications. And we've heard people like James Comey and Bob Mueller say this. We didn't even want the appearance of impropriety because the case was so filled with landmines that it'd have all these political bias claims that would be made. And so what do? They jump face fucking first into the landmines every time. And then they go, we didn't know. How were we to know? It was just an accident. Never mind all of the clear bias that you can see exhibited from all these people like Brennan, Comey, Strzok, Lisa Page, Klein-Smith, McCabe. Forget about all that. Finding number 3. The ICA failed to acknowledge that key judgments on Putin's intentions were based on raw intelligence that did not meet tradecraft standards. The ICD 203, again, we'll just call it the rule book, instructs that intelligence tradecraft, quote, properly describes quality and credibility of underlying sources to include factors affecting their reliability of their information, such as source access, motivation, possible bias or deception, and accuracy and completeness, emphasis added. Accurate citation of raw intelligence reporting is critical to explaining to the readers the reliability of evidence to be used to drive judgments. Now, keep in mind, who's going to read this? Other people in the intelligence community, people in politics. And so they need to get a true picture of what's going on. So it's important that the information that these conclusions are being derived for are being honestly put forth. You have access to the source access. We know the motivations of the people that the source came from. We know possible bias of that. We know that there could be possible deception. And we have an idea of how accurate we think it is or how complete. I'll go back to the FISA warrants. Remember, you're starting to see a pattern here. The FBI goes to the FISA court after the second warrant against Carter Page and says, hey, we finally got around to talking to the primary subsource. And the FISA court's like, great. And the FBI's like, yep, we believe him. FISA court's like, that's great. Here's another FISA warrant in Carter Page. And what the FBI failed to include was the thing that they believed him about was him saying, oh, that was just all bar talk and unsubstantiated rumors. They left that little detail out. Accuracy and completeness. Here we see it again with the ICA report. A pattern. Constantly leaving out evidence or changing evidence or claiming the evidence is the opposite of what it says, if it means that it goes against their preconceived sort of determination, which, oh, by the way, was designed by Hillary Clinton to harm Donald Trump. And it wasn't as if Brennan didn't know. Remember, Brennan's office is the central figure. Brennan and 5 people that he handpicked wrote this. Brennan's the one that first reported to Obama himself, hey, Hillary Clinton's concocting this scheme to say that Trump's connected to Russia. Accurate citation of raw intelligence reports critical to explaining the reliability of the evidence used to drive judgments. Yet the ICA disregarded these fundamentals in sections that claim Putin intended for Trump to win. Key classified reports cited by the ICA in support of judgments that Putin developed a clear preference for candidate Trump and aspired to help his chances of victory contain flaws in terms of clarity or reliability. The ICA omitted or obscured such information from context statements that the CIA's Directorate of Operations had properly added to raw human source intelligence HUMINT reports, thus failing to warn the reader of significant flaws in the quality or credibility of foundational sources. Let's repeat that last sentence. The ICA omitted or obscures the information from context statement, such as this guy at the CIA, their team, the CIA's Directorate of Operations, which they had properly added to raw human intelligence reports. So in other words, they're like, hey, we don't know if we can trust this report. It's raw. And what did Brennan and his team do? They ignored it. They didn't add it in to the ICA. So imagine that there are people at the CIA that are like, hey, we don't know that we trust this. Or there's possible problems with this. It could be biased. We don't know where it comes from, etc. So they do their job, and Brennan's team sees it and goes, we're going to let that out. Now, this is tough to read, so let me get these old man eyes up close to see this section in blue, what it says up here. The DCI, that's Brennan, ordered the the allocation of tired reports, which I'm screwing up those words. Brennan ordered something and it's capitalized. So it's like a name, like something reports, which failed to meet the CIA standard criteria for reliability or clarity that subsequently became key to the ICA citations on Putin's intentions. Close enough. By the way, sorry if I'm not reading many chats. I hope that you all appreciate this, but obviously I'll be here all night if I'm trying to read chats while I'm doing it. So promise you, we got 20 minutes, then top of the hour, we'll grift, we'll laugh, we'll have fun. You all will donate money. I'll read your super chats. You got it. Keep getting those super chats in, though, so we have something to do then. Now we're back to the black here at the top. In response to direction from the president to make all information available, CIA officers said that Brennan ordered the publication in early December 2016 of 15 new or revised CIA human intelligence reports containing information on Russian activities collected prior to the election that CIA professionals had decided not to publish for various reasons having to do with tradecraft standards. In other words, there were 15 reports before the election that the CIA had. Human intelligence reports. So this could be like dudes from Russia that are sources that they go to. And ultimately, the CIA was like, we're not going to include these in anything because we can't trust that they're reliable. It doesn't meet our standards. But now that Obama says that's not going to work for me, brother, oh boy, says Brennan, we're shoving everything in now that paints a one-sided picture that Putin was trying to help Trump. So what were these 15? Most of the 15 were unremarkable, but 3 contained flawed information, and these 3 became foundational sources to the ICA cited to claim Putin's aspired to help Trump win. So of these 15, 12 of them were worthless, but 3 of them, which were flawed, were used to try to paint the picture that Putin was trying to help Trump. Senior CIA officers said some of the information in these reports had been judged to have not met various long-standing intelligence community standards for publication, and that's why they'd not been published in the first acquired. 2 sensitive reports were not published on the director of Brennan's orders. See the footnote at the bottom of the page. The 3 reports were published after the election on Brennan's orders, despite veteran CIA officer judgments that they contained substandard information and that was unclear, of uncertain origin, potentially biased, implausible, or in the words of senior operation officers, odd. So actual people in the CIA whose job it is, not like Brennan, who's like this figurehead, whose job it is to analyze this stuff, said this shit's not reliable, it's biased, it's odd, we don't know where it came from. Included anyway, says Brennan. And that's the only place that they got that Putin was trying to help Trump. That's it, from these flawed reports. The footnote. CIA officers also said that Brennan personally directed that 2 of the most important reports not be formally disseminated when he first learned of them, ostensibly because they were too sensitive to create printed copies. We were unable to obtain a convincing explanation, however, for why Brennan did this, since the CIA has special reporting channel, the Blank series, whereby sensitive reports are restricted to only the president or as small a by-name group as desired. Experienced CIA officers noted that publishing a written report creates a formal record copy, vetted by expert collection management officers, the CMOs. Now, the CMOs were the group that was previously cited that this report saying they did a pretty good job. They said, because the way this works is the CMOs, when something's filed, then it becomes officially recorded, they get to look at it and they assess, is it reliable? Is it plausible? Is it biased? Where did it come from? So if they would have created this report, if Brennan would have allowed these to be filed, these CMOs might have said, this is bullshit. What are you doing? So inexplicably, Brennan personally said 2 of the most important, no, don't submit them. Unclear or poorly sourced information would normally be removed or else explained in the context statement. Reading a published report ensures a consistent message to all recipients. By briefing the information only orally, however, Brennan could have tailored his message to different officials, unconstrained by a consistent record copy. You get that? Because Brennan didn't officially submit it, then people weren't able to see it from themselves. The proper people that are supposed to analyze the validity of it didn't get a chance. And instead, Brennan could just orally tell people whatever the hell he wanted about these records. And he personally said that he didn't want those filed. Now, why would he do that? The explanation, well, it was so secretive. He didn't want other people to see it. But there's already a procedure for that the director of the CIA would have known to limit it as much as possible. The most obvious explanation is Brennan wanted to include this shit because it was necessary to feed the lie that Putin was trying to help Trump, and he knew that if it was put through proper channels, people would have called bullshit. Once more, another inexplicable, we don't know why. Remember last night when we were watching I.G. Horowitz testify in front of the House committee, and Jim Jordan was asking him these questions. Or I'm sorry, that was Mueller. Jim Jordan did ask the IG questions, but we were watching Congressman Crapo. Remember that from last night? And the IG was like, we don't know. There's answers we need. We hope that Barr and other people that have better investigative techniques or capabilities will spearhead it. Why is it that we still have no answers to so much of this shit? Every step of the way, there's incredibly odd stuff that always goes one way. It benefits Hillary and it harms Trump. What's the answers to it? We don't know. No explanations. Well, we just don't know. Oh, well, nothing to see here. And the Democrats are like, yeah, that sounds totally reasonable. Yep. Sounds good to us. All right, continuing. The three reports became foundational sources for the ICA judgments on Putin preferring Trump. One scant, unclear, and unverifiable fragment of a sentence from a single human intelligence report published under Brennan's December 2016 order constitutes the only classified information cited by the ICA for the judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump's chances of victory when possible. So one fragment of one sentence from one human intelligence report that Brennan purposely published, or purposely, that he purposely ordered the publishing of, is the only classified information, the only, that Putin was trying to help Trump. The ICA did not cite any report where Putin directly indicated helping Trump win was the objective. That judgment rested on a questionable interpretation of this one unclear fragment of a sentence. The unclear fragment shown in bold is part of a sentence in a blank that reads, something redacted. Putin had made this decision to leak the DNC emails after he had come to believe that the Democratic nominee had better odds of winning the U.S. presidential election, and that candidate Trump, whose victory Putin was counting on, most likely would not be able to pull off a convincing victory. Now, we have no idea who said this. We have no idea what the context is, what they're talking about. It could have literally been like Igor Dushenko. I just heard this at a party somewhere. We have no fucking clue, but this is the linchpin, the key piece of evidence. Yep, there you go. Now, reminder, as far as I know, the intelligence community, the rest of them, other than Brennan's sources, his 5 people, none of them get to see the greater context of what this is about. They just see this one sentence. That's it. And from that, you're like, yep, Putin wanted Trump to win because it said whose victory Putin was counting on. It continues. A senior CIA operation officer said of this fragment, quote, "We don't know what was meant by that, and 5 people read it 5 ways." So all these people are like, we don't know. We are all interpreting it to mean something completely different. And yet, in it goes. There's your proof. The significance of this fragment to the ICA case that Putin aspired for candidate Trump to win cannot be overstated. The major high-confidence judgment of the ICA rests on one opinion about a text fragment with uncertain meaning that may be a garble and for which it was not clear how it was obtained. In other words, it sounds like what they're suggesting here is that it may have been like a wire planted somewhere, and so it's like a garbled phone call or something. This text, which would have not been published without Brennan's orders to do so, is cited using only one interpretation of its meaning and without considering alternative interpretations. The report containing the fragment did not directly say or imply that Putin developed a preference for Trump, nor did it say Putin ordered his intelligence services to assist Trump's chances of victory when possible. The ICA presented only one interpretation of the unclear fragment and does so without following the rulebook directives to properly distinguish between underlying intelligence information and analyst assumptions and judgments, and without incorporating analysis of alternative explanations. The ICA does not address the source's motivations, which were in part driven by a strong dislike for Putin and his regime, and that source had an anti-Trump bias, according to CIA officers. So whoever this source was, all we know is it's someone that hated Putin and Trump. But none of that's included. The ICA judgment on Putin's thoughts about helping candidate Trump does not stand if the single interpretation of the fragment is wrong, because there is no other intelligence corroborating it. And in any case, viable, perhaps more likely alternative interpretations for the fragment exist. None of the confirmed Russian activities, leaks, public statements, social media messaging, and traditional propaganda corroborate the ICA interpretation of the fragment, because these activities were all consistent with Putin's objectives to undermine faith in U.S. democracy, without regard to candidate Trump's fate. So other CIA people had other explanations for what this possibly meant. Some of them seem more probable, but none of that's ever included. Nope, it's got to be this one. This is the sole piece of evidence that rests, that made them make the declaration that they have high confidence. One fragment of a sentence from a guy who hates Trump, who hates Putin, that we don't even know if it was garbled, and it just says he came to believe the Democratic nominee had better odds of winning the election, and that Trump, whose victory Putin was counting on, most likely would not be able to pull off a convincing victory. Next, Brennan overruled CIA professionals to publish and cite the ambiguous fragment. CIA officers in the component running Russia operations described how two versions of the report, one without the fragment and one with, were published as the ICA was being written. Experienced CIA officers responsible for Russia reporting, evaluating raw intelligence, and ensuring human intelligence reports meet the threshold for publication initially omitted the confusing fragment from the first version of the report, which was published on December 20th, 2016. Brennan countermanded their decision and ordered the fragment to be included so it could be cited in the ICA. A revised report was published on December 28, 2016. Starting to see a pattern? Brennan's handpicked team is like, no, this isn't good enough to include. Brennan personally goes, I disagree, include it. So they have to rewrite the report, and then it becomes the linchpin for the argument that Russia interfered to help Trump. Brennan personally intervened. A senior CIA operations officer described concerns about relying on upon unclear reporting as the only evidence for significant judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump. The officer explained that while most of the ICA was well done, ideally, they should have eliminated the political judgment because the fragment lacked the clarity needed to support such a significant claim. The same officer said that, together with another senior colleague, the two officers argued to Brennan that, quote, we don't have direct information that Putin wanted Trump to get elected, and therefore the judgment that Putin was counting on Trump's victory should be removed from the ICA, or the ICA should be changed. The ICA text failed to acknowledge the ambiguity and uncertain origin of the fragment. Despite the single source significance of the fragment to the thesis on Putin's intentions, the ICA fails to properly express and explain uncertainties associated with major analytic judgments, as required by the rulebook. This judgment had serious implications for confidence in U.S. democracy and would be considered a major analytic judgment by intelligence community standards. The ICA used an abbreviated description of the source that, without further mention of the problems associated with the fragment, leads the reader to conclude that Putin wanted Trump to win. Contrary to the rulebook guidance, the ICA fails to explain the misgivings of the CIA professionals about the lack of clarity of the fragment, the possibility of other interpretations of it, that the fragment does not actually say Putin aspired to help Trump, or that it is not known how the information was acquired. The ICA text, quote, we assess the influence campaign aspired to help Trump's chances of victory when possible, is supported using the abbreviated source description. The established source with secondhand access reported that Putin was counting on President-elect's victory. That's how they described that one sentence fragment. That was their justification. That originally the CIA officers tasked with doing it said, nope, we don't have confidence in this, and Brennan personally overruled. This citation leaves out the clear important context flags from the raw intelligence report. See the box, context warnings. What the raw intelligence says, context warnings. Now, a lot of this is redacted, but it says, the identified subsource of the paragraphs 2 and 3 had authoritative insight into blank, but the exact circumstances in which the subsource obtained the information on Putin's plans were not explicitly clear. Then you have more redactions. The context statement opens up a number of possibilities affecting the reliability of the information that the rulebook directs should be explained to the reader. The ICA failed to clarify that, quote, the source did not say that President Putin preferred a candidate Trump or that he wanted to help him win. It is not known how the source obtained the information and thus whether the fragmented reflected the subsource opinion of Putin's inner thoughts, Putin's actual statements made to the subsource, or some third person's opinion relayed to the subsource, who then relayed these to the established source. The key sentence fragment used to make the judgment was ambiguous. Counting on could equate to expected instead of the ICA interpretation of preferred. And that without further clarification, it did not suggest or imply Putin's orders were intended to help Trump win. So let's go back to the sentence. It's saying another possible explanation of it is saying when Putin was counting on Trump to win, he expected Trump to win, not that he preferred Trump to win. Next, it did not mention that blank. It was not possible to have the established source ask the subsource to clarify what they meant by this puzzling fragment. The ICA failed. By the way, just so you know, I told you that it's probably going to take multiple days to get through this. So where are we at here? We are an hour into the stream and we're on page 6. I guess page 8 of 46. I hope that you all enjoy this type of content. We'll get to it in a minute. I'll read your chats and what have. Get those super chats in. But I thoroughly enjoy going through this shit, so I hope that you do as well. Next, the ICA failed to acknowledge alternative interpretations of the unclear fragment suggested by the events at the time it was collected. The rulebook directs that analysts must consider alternative perspectives and contrary information. Yet despite the misgivings of experienced CIA operation officers over the ambiguity of the fragment, the ICA only considers one single source interpretation of its meaning, that Putin wanted Trump to win, when events suggested another more plausible explanation. Even assuming that the fragment was not a garble between any of the subsource or established source, and discounting the unknown circumstances under which the subsource obtained the information, the ICA made no effort to explain how the fragment's ambiguous wording indicated that Putin aspired to elect Trump. The original report does not directly say, as the ICA implies, that Putin launched leak operations to help Trump win. The ICA also fails to consider alternative, more plausible explanations for the fragment's meanings suggested by the context of events during early July, when the information was acquired. The fragment could instead be read that Putin expected a Trump victory at the Republican convention, which was only 2 weeks away at the time of Putin's WikiLeaks discussion. Let's go back and see what the fragment says, and let's read it like that. Putin had made this decision to leak the DNC emails after he had come to believe that the Democratic nominee had better odds of winning the U.S. presidential election, and candidate Trump, who Putin assumed would win the Republican convention, was most likely not going to be able to pull off a convincing victory. Makes sense? Putin was counting on Trump to win the Republican convention. Does anyone disagree? That's a very plausible explanation. 2 weeks before... Remember, when this sentence is written, Trump hasn't won the nomination yet. So Putin's saying, I'm counting on Trump to be the one that wins. I assume he'll lose to Hillary. It makes sense given all the other evidence that we'll later see. Another explanation. The fragment referred to the decisions made by Putin in early July when the Republican convention's outcome was still uncertain due to active efforts to deny Trump a majority of convention delegates. This was a headline issue for U.S. political media at the time, although many pundits nonetheless expected or counted on a Trump victory. The fragment thus may reflect that the subsource view that Putin counted on a Trump victory in the Republican July primary, but not in November general election against Clinton. This alternative interpretation would suggest that the fragment says nothing about Putin's thoughts, positive or negative, of Trump or whether Russia ought to help him win or not. It would not support a judgment that Putin preferred Trump, nor one that Putin aspired to help him win. Given the importance of this major judgment, policymaker readers deserve to know all the viable alternative explanations of the unclear fragment. All right. We'll pause. We've been going for an hour and 5 minutes. Let's take a break. We're only at 11% of our goal. How dare you all? How dare you? It's all right. I assume the super chats will come rolling in now, and people are going to be like, damn, thanks for going through this, Rob. Most people just are like, yeah. So what I'm going to do is play a little Griff song. Oh, let's do a little Olive Jar this fine evening. Go to the restroom, compose myself, come back, read super chats. And then we're going to jump back in after we get to 50% of our dono goal. So don't make me come back and be like, please send money. People will pick on me. They'll be like, look at Rob. It already looks like I'm crying because of my allergies in my eye. So let's just, while I'm up at the restroom, let's get that super chat goal up to 50%. We can read the super chats and then calmly move on. So we don't have to delay, because I know you're excited to get to the rest of this, and so am I. So enjoy this grift song about the great Jake Rattlesnake bailing out Andrew Wilson. And I will be right back. Hey, we're back. What's up? All right, let's read those super chats that we haven't got to yet. Gizmo Fisherman, thank you so much. Always great to hear from you, my friend. One of my oldest supporters. Great to hear from you, Gizmo. Hope everything's great. $20 says, here you go, buddy. Thank you, man. Naughty Germ, $5 as always. Thank you so much. And then Dean Jacobs, $10 as always with the polite hi, Rob. Hi, all. Great to hear from you, Dean. Dean, member for 6 months, says blah. And then gifts 5 memberships. Thank you so much. And lastly, we have Miggy gives $1. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Miggy. Now I'll remind you, we're actually $50 further ahead than it looks. So we're about $90 because Gully did donate $50 right at the beginning. That for some reason it didn't show up on the super chat there. But what are we doing? What are we doing? Only an 11%. I know everyone's like, someone else will donate. Now listen, I would love to just jump into reading more. That's what I want to do. But apparently I got to crack the whip a little here. Huh? Is that what it's going to take? Cracking the whip a little to get people to donate?
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's sword.
That didn't garner any donations. Maybe, is his mic not working? Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. Well, shit, I would have moved on if we moved the needle anywhere. Still 11%. Goodness gracious. Let me check my manual, see what I'm supposed to do next. It's like working on a refrigerator or something. Okay, go into the manual. Guys, please only donate if you have money. Please don't wait. Oh, wait. Woman, bring me a drink. Give me money, fuckers. There we go. Of course, here's the updated version. The Virgin Canadian versus the Chad Yinzer. Pretty good. Mr. B made that for us. Pretty good. He should have put his name on it. So we'll remember for all time. Golly! Another $50 says, I feel like Are We Not Men stole my $50 from the bar to make me send more. The bastard! I will say this, Are We Not Men's amongst, like, Are We Not Men's the guy that you want with you, like, when you're going to, like, you know, your boss asking for a raise. If you walk up, be like, wow, it's great. They doubled my salary. And he's going to be like, no, not enough. We'll count that. Fuck it. Let's move on. I'll expect everyone to keep donating while I'm reading. But Gully's been a trooper. He's already sent $100, so that deserves moving on. All right. Moving on. Remember, get those donos in. Promise I'll read them at the top of the hour. But for the next 15 minutes, I'm not going to hassle you. We'll read this one real quick. Vita, $2 says, let's fucking go. All right. I like the enthusiasm. Next, the ICA mischaracterized the fragment as supporting high confidence judgments. To judge with high confidence, as the ICA does, that Putin's goal was to help Trump win, would, per the rulebook guidance, require clear and reliable reports from multiple sources. Moreover, these reports would need to be of sufficient quality to confidently explain Russian actions that were not consistent with helping Trump win, and also rule out alternative explanations for the Russian influence operations. The ICA failed to meet these standards, and the highly compartmented nature of the raw reporting made it difficult or impossible for the readers to see foundational sources. See the box below. In other words, it had to have clear and reliable reports from multiple sources. It had to explain why the rest of the evidence wouldn't fit into this, and it had to explain alternative explanations. And it did none of those. And yet still they said they had high confidence. What the ICA says, confidence definitions. High confidence generally indicates that judgments are based on high-quality information from multiple sources. Moderate confidence generally means that the information is credibly sourced and plausible, but not of sufficient quality or corroborated sufficiently to warrant a high level of confidence. Low confidence generally means that the information's credibility or plausibility is uncertain, and that the information is too fragmented or poorly corroborated to make solid analytic inferences, or that the reliability of the sources is questionable. The NSA justification for not signing on with the CIA FBI high confidence judgment on Putin's intentions to help candidate Trump, NSA preferred medium, highlights the weakness of evidence for this major judgment. NSA has moderate confidence in this assessment given the limited source base, lack of corroborating intelligence, and the possibility for an alternative judgment. The director of the NSA, Admiral Rogers, testified, "It ultimately boils down to how a human intelligence source that did not have direct access, I didn't find the level of corroboration to lead me to the high confidence. I didn't see multiple sources." The ICA includes a scope and sourcing statement describing the reliability of key CIA human intelligence reporting that is misleading. What the ICA says about scope and sourcing. The ICA notes that key judgments are based on a single, well-established source. We make some judgments based on the reporting of an established clandestine source with secondhand access through identified subsources. The source is well established, and other examples of reporting have been corroborated through other streams of human and signals intelligence. The established source with secondhand access provided us our only specific information on Putin's orders to pass collective material to WikiLeaks, the timing of the formal influence campaign, the existence of specific planned Russian Foreign Intelligence Service (SVR) efforts, and some specific details of Putin's views of Secretary Clinton, and the reported role of the Federal Security Service hacking operations related to the U.S. election. Although the ICA correctly describes the primary source's reporting history, it does not explain that the information a primary source passes on from a subsource is only as good as the subsource's access, knowledge, and bias. If those factors are unknown, then the confidence in the information is affected accordingly. Now, you may remember hearing claims of this during the Steele dossier controversy. We were told that, the FBI didn't have to check in on anything because they found Christopher Steele to be eminently reliable. Turns out that's bullshit. Christopher Steele was directly lying to the FBI when they asked him if they told him not to go and report this to news agencies, and then he did. So he wasn't that reliable, the fact he was lying to them. But in addition to that, even if you found Christopher Steele to be reliable, the problem becomes he's only as reliable as the people that are giving him information. So if the person giving him information is a bullshitter, then the information he's giving you from that person is bullshit. The same is true here. Even if they had confidence in the source, which it appears that they do, we won't get to see who that source is. This information the source was giving came through a subsource who we know hated Trump and Putin. And we don't have any information on how reliable that subsource is, where they got their information, etc. Continues. When a source sends a report that is unclear, the utility of the information is limited until it can be clarified, and particularly for a major judgment. In the case of the ICA's foundational reports from the established source, it was not possible to clarify the meaning of the report language or identify how it was obtained by the subsource. Now, the way they're saying this, either the subsource was like so connected to Russia that it would be impossible to talk to him and he would deny it, or maybe he was dead or was incarcerated. Brennan ordered the publication of a second substandard report from an unknown subsource cited by the ICA to allege that Putin preferred Trump. This information was both unverified and implausible, and, like the unclear fragment, CIA professionals originally declined to publish it when it was first collected. It was only published in Brennan's orders after the election on December 16th, and was subsequently used without caveats to source the first bullet of evidence for judgment that Putin developed clear preference for candidate Trump. What the ICA says, the first bullet of evidence on Putin's clear preference for Trump. Quote, as early as February 2016, a Russian political expert possessed a plan that recommended engagement with Trump's team because of the prospects for improved U.S.-Russia relations, according to the report from Government Service. The ICA bullet text is alarming, implying the existence of a Russian plan for engagement with the Trump campaign that most readers would see as strong evidence of President Putin showing a clear preference for Trump. I agree. If in February 2016, there was a plan developed by Vladimir Putin that said, we want to work with Trump, that would seem to be strong evidence they wanted Trump to win. It continues, but the ICA omits critical report context, which, had it been made available to the reader, would show the report to be implausible, if not ridiculous, and missing so many key details as to be unusable. CIA operation officers declined to publish the report when it was acquired in February 2016, considering it odd and lacking authoritativeness. It was only disseminated in December 2016 on Brennan's post-election full review order to put out previously unpublished information. An experienced CIA officer said that it would not have met the threshold for dissemination otherwise. In other words, had not Brennan personally said you have to do this, the CIA would have been like, we would have never done this. We'd have never released it. The ICA fails to clarify that the plan was just an email with no date, no identified sender, no clear recipient, and no classification. The CIA could not vouch for the ultimate source's vetting, validation, or access. So literally just some guy shows them an email that has no date. It doesn't say who the email's sent to or sent from. It doesn't say who the email's going to, and there's no classification. It might as well be me walked in with just hand-scribbled note that says Putin prefers Trump. Oh, this was an email you got? Who was it sent to? We don't know. Who was it sent from? We don't know. When was it sent? We don't know. That's laughable. Laughable. Now, this is the shit that Democrats say, yes, clear-cut evidence. So much of the shit they talk about, they act like it's just big, like, evidence, is absolute bullshit. Like, oh, what about campaign data? Paul Manafort shared campaign data. What the fuck does that mean? So what? It's this type of shit. Well, it said it. Something somewhere said Putin was trying to help Trump. Good enough for us. It continues. Station officers were unable to obtain further clarification of this report from the service. What the raw intelligence says. Second report's context warning. Context. The CIA can neither independently vouch for blank vetting or validation of the ultimate source, nor the ultimate source's access to the reported information. The document contains no classification. The document did not carry a specific date or identify the originator. The ICA and analyst cites the second report prominently, but omits critical context that would cast doubt in the veracity and the anti-Trump bias of the source. The ICA obscures the implausibility of the report by vaguely referring to a plan without describing its details. The details were important because they were so peculiar as to likely cause readers to question the report's legitimacy. The ICA also obscured the source of the report, which had an anti-Trump bias. When the report book clearly notes that analytic products should be describe factors affecting the source quality and credibility, such as motivation and bias. So again, this comes from someone who hates Trump. The details of it are so unusual that it would make you laugh at it. It doesn't have a sender. It doesn't have a recipient. It doesn't have a date, and it wasn't classified. But we're supposed to believe it was some Russian email. What the ICA calls a Russian plan for engagement with Trump was actually an anonymous email proposal to place blank on Trump's election team in order to formulate a mutually acceptable agenda between Trump and Putin. So they were going to place something we can't see into Trump's election team. There is no explanation for how this would be done or why candidate Trump would want a well-known pro-Kremlin official on his campaign team and to endure the media furor that would likely result. Okay, so apparently they were like, we're going to put this Kremlin general on Trump's team. And it's like, that's fucking laughable. Why would Trump accept that? Who thinks that's a possibility? The ICA bullet obscured the source as in blank service, when it actually came from blank service, so they said it came from the wrong place. Had the bullet clarified that it was from the blank, some readers might have known that blank anti-Trump bias at the time would further undermine the judgment. So maybe a news outlet, Media Matters, something like, I don't know, CNN, MSNBC. There was no security justification for obscuring the identity of the blank service, as the ICA was written for the president, who is cleared for everything. So to obscure this is nonsensical, because this was going to the president, who would have been able to see everything. The ICA made no mention of Kyiv's documented objections to candidate Trump. So it came from Ukraine. That's where this came from. Clever. That's where it came from. It probably came from Lutsenko. And remember, brief side note, while we were all shitting our pants about foreign interference into our election system, Financial Times reported in, I believe, October of 2016, I've brought up this document many a time, that Ukrainian politicians were interfering, however indirectly, in the U.S. election because they hated Trump. This included sending the infamous Black Ledger that was used to oust Manafort. A Black Ledger which details were never confirmed. So here we have Ukrainians admitting in a major mainstream media publication in the United States before the 2016 election, we're interfering. We know that there was a Democrat operative named Alexandra Chalupa that was going to Ukraine to try to get these details. Now, it sounds like, if I'm just using my context clues, when it says, had the bullet clarified that it was from the Ukrainian government or Rada or whatever, some readers might have known of blank anti-Trump bias. I'm guessing, my guess is, if I had to guess what it is, I'm guessing it's the NABU, the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine. Would be my guess. That was heavily intertwined with Obama. So it says, the ICA made no mention of Kiev's documented objections to candidate Trump. The Ukrainian ambassador to Washington, Valery Chalet, took the unusual step for a serving ambassador during the campaign of publishing an open letter of a U.S. publication entitled, Trump's Comments Send the Wrong Message to the World. The letter explained Kiev's fears that candidate Trump was misinformed and if elected might hurt Ukraine by improving U.S.-Russia relations. So now we know that this came from some Ukrainian official or service that hated Trump, that wanted Hillary to win, that Hillary's team had people in Ukraine collaborating with them. They got dirt on Trump, exactly what we're accused Trump of doing in Russia. They got dirt on Trump that was unverified, used it successfully against Trump during the campaign, and then openly bragged about it in U.S. publications. Now we find out that once more, Ukraine is involved, apparently, in another document that was used to smear Trump. With no sender, no receiver, no date, and the absurd claim that they were going to implant a high-level Russian official, a well-known high-level Russian official, into Trump's team, that for some reason Trump would have accepted. And this is used as crucial evidence. It continues. Brennan ordered the publication of the third substandard report, also from an unknown subsource, that was cited to imply Putin's preference for Trump. To support the topic sentence, Putin, his advisors, and the Russian government developed a clear preference for Trump. The ICA quotes information from an established source without clarifying that the ultimate source of the information is unknown. That's the subsource. What the ICA says about the established source, quote, the established source with secondhand access noted that several members of Putin's inner circle strongly preferred Republican over Democrat candidates because they judged the Republicans had historically been less focused on democracy and human rights. We'll let you stew on that for a minute. The ICA describes the information in terms that most readers would view as more evidence that Putin would have a clear preference for candidate Trump. But this is only accomplished by omitting key context details. First, as with the other two substandard reports, the CIA professionals originally declined to publish this information when it was required and only did so in response to Brennan's post-election full review order. Again, Brennan ordered it. Elsewise, previously, they didn't have confidence in it. Second, the information was acquired from a source via secondhand source in blank, 2016, but was not published until December 19th, 2016. The subsource is unknown. While the established source received it from an identified subsource, the ultimate source of the information is not known, which the ICA failed to clarify. So here's a source that the CIA trusts. He gets information from this source, who the CIA knows, who got it from a source that's unknown. That's what we're talking about here. While the established it is unclear if the original source actually had access to Putin's private statements or those of his inner circle, or if this was the subsource's personal opinions of Putin's thoughts. if this was a garbled or misunderstanding, or if this reflected some other unknown person's opinions. What the raw intelligence says. While the source obtained the information from an identified subsource, the ultimate source of the information was unknown. Additionally, the degree in which the ultimate source was aware of the private comments and views of Russian President Putin and Putin's inner circle is unclear. The ICA also misquotes the report to indicate that Putin and his inner circle strongly preferred Republicans. The phrase strongly preferred Republicans does not appear in the raw intelligence report. The unknown subsource said it historically, the Kremlin found it easier to reach agreements with U.S. presidents from the Republican Party, and that this was because Republicans were less concerned with the issues that were unpleasant for Russia, such as democracy and human rights. The ICA did not take the basic analytic step, however, of comparing the plausibility of the unknown subsource claims to the documented policies of the past 3 Republican presidents, all of whom featured democracy and human rights as cornerstones of their foreign policies. It brings to mind President Reagan's famous quote, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall," or President George W. Bush's comment on the axis of evil. Brief pause, and also let's not forget, when it came to Russia, who do you think Russia would rather have as a president in, say, 2012? Obama or Romney? Obama, who's caught in a hot mic saying, "I'll have more time to work with you after I'm elected." And when Romney was talking about Russia being our biggest geopolitical rival, said the Cold War called and they want their foreign policy back. Or Romney, who was saying that Russia was the premier enemy. Who do you think they'd prefer? And remember, this isn't saying we'd prefer Trump over Hillary. It's saying, in general, in the past, we would have preferred Republican candidates and presidents. But why? The information does not appear to make sense in the historical context, further raising questions of the reliability of the unknown subsource. By both obscuring that the reporting is from an unknown source with unknown access and that the information does not make sense, the ICA leaves readers unaware of the weakness of the evidence cited to support the major judgment in Putin's intentions. Then it says, the ICA failed to address the existence of reliable intelligence that blank of the report's unknown source. Even part of the ICA's own classified text, based on reliable reporting, contradicts the information contained in the third substandard report. This raised further questions about why, contrary to the rulebook criteria, the third report was cited as evidence of Putin's intentions without further explanation. Some senior Russian officials worried about a Trump administration would bring hardline blank security advisors, or that a Republican-controlled Congress would not support measures that would be beneficial to Russia. Blank cautioned about the risk to Russia of a Republican administration, noting that those who would hold positions in a Trump administration should he win will likely adhere to conservative anti-Russian positions. So I'm assuming blank is a Russian official. So the CIA had evidence that there was at least a named Russian official that was like, wow, Trump's team would be made up of anti-Russian people. Additionally, both the historical record and source materials for the ICA's Annex D, Historical Patterns of Russian Influence in U.S. Elections, indicate that the ICA strongly preferred Republicans' judgment, glossed over details in the annex, from reliable sources that contradict the claims from the unknown source on Russia's historical preference for Republicans. Quote, there are no Russian plans to target any Democratic presidential candidate for active measures because any Democratic candidate is preferable to President Reagan. So, geez, how many Republican presidents have we had since this was written? Reagan, Bush, Bush. So if it's true that historically they've always preferred Republicans, why does it seem evident that we have actual intel from named people saying we'd prefer any Democrat over Reagan? Despite unknown sourcing, reliable contrary evidence, and implausible claims, the then Director of National Intelligence, Clapper, responding to a request to double-check the sourcing behind the judgment, responded in a letter to the committee that nonetheless he endorsed the ICA judgment. Clapper's comments, I've reviewed the underlying source material myself and entirely concur in the judgment of the analyst, which I believe is consistent with standard analytical tradecraft and objectivity. The ICA falsely claimed that the third substandard report was corroborated by a body of other reporting. The ICA text misleadingly drafted to suggest some of the qualities of candidate Trump align with Putin's preferences for international partners, citing the third substandard report as evidence for the ICA judgment that Putin developed a clear preference for Trump. The ICA further claimed information from a third report was corroborated by a liaison, diplomatic, and press reporting, as well as sensitive signals intelligence, SIGINT. But in follow-up to every citation, none were found to corroborate the ICA claims. The ICA also used a third substandard report to claim that members of Putin's inner circle had compared Trump to other world leaders with business interests that Putin could work with, using this as part of the supporting evidence for the judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump win. Blank, the cited liaison, reporting didn't mention Trump at all. And it was from 2014. So they say this bullshit claim is backed up by this liaison. The liaison never mentions Trump. He just mentions business people, and it was from 2014 before Trump ever ran. The cited signet also didn't mention Trump. It was nothing more than a blank. The cited diplomatic report is post-election overview of Moscow from the U.S. ambassador that references a media opinion item by a Russian pundit suggesting that Trump and Putin should, quote, work together like businessmen, which is hardly a corroboration of Putin's inner circle preferring Republicans or businessmen. So in other words, Trump gets elected and some fucking Sean Hannity of Russia is a talking head on TV and says, well, now that Trump's elected, Putin should try to work with him like a businessman. There you go. That's proof that Putin preferred Trump. Ironically, the same embassy cabal quotes Deputy Foreign Minister Rybakov as saying that Trump's election, we do not feel euphoria, citing a bipartisan anti-Russian consensus, which directly contradicts the ICA judgment that Russians preferred Trump. So the actual person in Putin's inner circle is like, we're not happy about this. Both Republicans and Democrats hate Russia. Next, finding 4, the ICA excluded significant intelligence that contradicted the judgment that Putin desired to help Trump win. The rulebook also instructs that intelligence analysts must perform their functions with objectivity and that judgments must consider alternative perspectives and contrary information. It further directs that analysis should be informed by all relevant information available. The ICA selectively omitted quotes from key human intelligence and signal intelligence reports that contradicted the judgments of Putin's intentions, while, conversely, it included quotes from some of those same human intelligence and signal intelligence report that supported the ICA thesis. Brief pause. So you have human intelligence, and you have signal intelligence. Now, my guess is, without looking into it, signal intelligence is probably like emails, phone calls, etc. So both sources that are talking to them, humans, and data that they're getting, some of that is saying, wait a minute, here's evidence that disproves the conclusion that Putin wants Trump to win. And that's being left out. But some of those same sources, they're later then including what they say that they think they could spin as meeting the conclusion they want. So you can't say, well, they just were unaware of this human intelligence and signal intelligence because they're but just selectively using parts to paint the picture of the determination that they've already decided they want, omitting stuff that they know hurts that determination. It continues. This was done multiple times to include citation of 2 foundational sources for the ICA. This cherry picking of reports is an important indicator for evaluating intelligence community assessment tradecraft. By selectively quoting a report repeatedly, the authors both demonstrated their regard, for the value of the source while simultaneously providing evidence of disregard for the rules on objectivity and consideration of contrary information. So in other words, by including information, they're like, we trust this source. But then when that very same source says, but wait a minute, here's conclusions against, or here's evidence against your conclusion, they're like, nah, we're not going to touch that. Which ignores the rules that they're supposed to follow. It continues. The ICA selectively quoted a key report that contradicted judgment in Putin's intentions. Although the ICA quoted the reliable report 4 times, it omitted the most critical element of the report and strongly conflicted with the ICA major judgments on Putin's intentions. Missing from the ICA was significant intelligence that Blank, a longtime Putin confidant, told a sensitive contact that, quote, Putin told him he did not care who won the election. Putin had outlined the weaknesses of both major candidates. Putin asserted that in either case, Russia was strategically placed to outmaneuver either one. In other words, human intelligence that they were trusting had more specific information that a named person, not some random subsource from some email with no sender, no date, and no receiver, was personally saying, I talked to Putin. And he said, I don't give a shit who wins. We'll be able to outmaneuver both Hillary or Trump. That directly contradicts the determination that the ICA came to that he was trying to help Trump win. Why wouldn't they include this? You know the answer because it goes against what they wanted and what Obama wanted and what Hillary wanted and what Brennan and Comey wanted. Putin's ambivalence about the two candidates is further supported by blank, also omitted from the ICA. Putin's blank made no positive mention of Trump. Instead, it revealed his pessimism that neither Trump nor Clinton would be able to correct the strained relationship. Although he indicated that there could be opportunities to gradually improve relations, he made clear he didn't have a preference for either candidate. Reinforcing his ambivalence about the two candidates, Putin was pessimistic that either one could overcome strong anti-Russian political sentiment in Washington in the near term, but seemed willing to work with either Clinton or Trump, noting that, quote, regardless of the election outcome, there could be room to gradually rid the bilateral dialogue of irritants. This theme was echoed by blank, who noted that regardless of who wins the election, Russia will be able to begin a fresh dialogue with the new administration, and that Russia is in a stronger position than it was 8 years ago. Again, all of this actual specific evidence that Putin and people close to Putin are saying, we don't really care who wins. We're going to try to reset. We're going to try to work with them. A Russian blank said Russia was planning for candidate Clinton's victory because, quote, they knew where she stood, and despite media stories, Russia could work with her, according to a blank and collaborative source with excellent access, but whose reporting had not been corroborated. So there's a source that says they were happy for Clinton to win because they knew they could work with her. But once more, that's left out. It's a great source, but hey, we can't corroborate it. Unlike, an email from an unknown sender, from an unknown person to an unknown recipient with an unknown date. That will count. A preoccupation of Russian officials and analysts was that neither Trump nor Clinton would respect Russia's strategic interest or treat Russia as an equal on the world stage, and it would take years to repair the relationship. A blank report warned that regardless of party affiliation of the next president, the U.S. would, quote, not view Russia as an equal partner. Putin's blank cautioned, Russia understands that it should not labor under the illusion that relations will get better soon after the November election, and that it is unlikely Trump will be able to take corrective relations, or steps to correct relations. Putin's top USA experts echoed this view, noting that it would take years for Trump or Clinton to fix the relationship. Geez, doesn't sound like they're saying, hey, we're really happy to have Trump win. Sounds like they're saying, we're ambivalent, we don't care who wins. The ICA admitted reliable evidence that key Putin advisors saw significant downsides to a Trump presidency. The ICA selectively excluded information from reliable intelligence sources that senior Russian officials had serious reservations about how a potential Trump administration could be bad for Moscow and complicate repairing the relations for Washington. Now, you'll remember this reporting was coming from Matt Taibbi 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, and I was reporting on it here. I also brought it up in my conversations with both Radical Coder and Devon, where I said Brennan buried the fact that there were intelligence that suggested actually Russia would have preferred Hillary because Trump was seen as unpredictable and Hillary was seen as sort of reliable and predictable. It continues. The significance of that admission becomes apparent when reading the ICA's judgment of what Russian officials thought, which pushed the clear preference for Trump judgment that was directly contradicted by the raw reports cited by the ICA's sources. What the ICA says of Russian views of Trump. To support the judgment, Putin and his advisors in the Russian government developed clear preference for Trump over Clinton. The ICA stated, quote, in late blank, prepared an analysis for Russia's senior-most experts, America experts, in which he said that Trump's positive attributes, such as perceived unwillingness to criticize Putin, his background as a businessman, and his presence of advisors viewed as positively inclined towards Russian interest, outweighed potential negatives such as perceived unpredictability. In other words, what they're saying is they're quoting these sources, people close to Putin, when it seems that they're talking shit on Hillary or saying positive things about Trump, but they exclude when they're talking well of Hillary or talking shit on Trump. At a June 2016 Moscow conference on U.S. politics, President Putin and two prominent Russian experts on U.S. politics, head of the U.S.-Canada Institute Sergei Rogov and Ambassador to Washington Sergei Kislyak, gave speeches on the implications for Russia of the U.S. election. The format was an examination of the pros and cons of a Trump victory. The ICA focused on the pros of Russian attitudes towards Trump, while it ignored the cons. I mean, does it get any more fucking blatant than that? Oh, there's Kislyak. He's giving a speech on pros and cons of a Trump victory. And the ICA is like, oh, look at the pros. Here's what they said. But we'll ignore the cons. So we're supposed to trust Kislyak when he's talking about the pros of a Trump victory, but we ignore him when he's talking about the cons. Absolutely ridiculous. The Russian officials and American experts were thinking hard about all implications, including that Trump win might mean the House and Senate in Republican hands, and how that would be bad for Russia. By omitting the below evidence, the ICA denied the reader access to significant intelligence that undermines the major judgment that Putin preferred Trump. First, Blank warned senior officials that, quote, it's important to be mindful that those who would hold positions in the Trump administration should he win will likely adhere to conservative anti-Russian positions. Makes sense. The 2012, the head Republican Romney was more vehemently anti-Russia than Obama. Blank worried that the implications of a Trump victory and an ability to maintain control over both the House and Senate are serious. Legislatively, a conservative victory would probably be a dead end for developing Russian-U.S. relations. Blank made clear that he took exception to a favorable view of candidate Trump. He cautioned that there was no basis for enthusiasm simply because Trump refrained from using anti-Russian and anti-Putin rhetoric. Blank, Putin's Blank, specifically noted that it is unlikely Trump will be able to take steps to correct relations, while Blank agreed that Trump was unlikely to win and would be unable to improve U.S.-Russia relations if he did. Putin's Blank attributed his pessimism to factors beyond the control of Trump or Clinton, such as Washington's inertia and, quote, a consensus among Washington politicians on the need to have continued pressure Russia. A view echoed by another Russian diplomat. Far from showing the consensus of a clear preference for Trump, the evidence indicates that Putin and Russian officials saw downsides to a potential Trump administration. The intelligence also showed that regardless of who won, Moscow expected a prolonged struggle to repair strained relations with Washington. Next, voluminous and likely relevant evidence was excluded for consideration. Investigators, as well as the ICA authors, were denied access to a trove of information on the grounds of executive or congressional privilege. The ICA glosses over the likely significance of unexamined additional material to the ICA judgments. What the ICA says, Blank is in possession of additional Russian intelligence cyber-enabled collection exfiltrated from the U.S. government and think tank entities and dated at least blank, which may further inform the judgments in this assessment. To date, Blank and the intelligence community have not reviewed this data. In other words, they had more data that they knew was important to getting a full picture of what Russia, it was from Russian intelligence services, but they never got around to reviewing it. This intelligence consisted of cyber data exfiltrated by the Russians beginning in 2014 for computer systems at blank and political groups and think tanks. So in other words, Russian intelligence supposedly from think tanks and probably Hillary Clinton's server, though we don't know why it's blacked out there. Computer systems at the DNC, Hillary server, etc. Whatever it may be, and political groups and think tanks. So Russia's got this data. But our intelligence community chose not to look at it when developing the ICA. The ICA footnote affords the readers no insight, however, into why this evidence was not reviewed or the potential significance of additional material to ICA judgments. A senior FBI analyst told investigators that there were, quote, many victims from these Russian hacks. The same analyst said that he argued that this intelligence should have been shared with the director's fusion cell analyst because it might have clarified the scope of Moscow's operational capabilities and the potential leverage from additional influence leaks. The analysts explained that the Obama administration denied ICA drafters access to this intelligence on grounds of executive or congressional privilege. So Obama's team's like, nope. The people that are drafting the ICA, you can't see what this says. Why? There's a pattern too. Oh, they hacked the DNC servers. The FBI's like, can we see the DNC servers? Nope. Can't see them. Oh, you have intelligence from other hacks that Russians have? Can we see that? Nope. Can't see it. Privileged. John Brennan, the head of the CIA, who was integral in crafting the ICA here, and his 5 handpicked people were told they weren't allowed to review this? How does that make any sense? Finding 5. The ICA disregarded Russian behavior that undermined its judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump win. The rule book notes that analysis requires, quote, clear and logical argumentation, and that all analytic judgments should be effectively supported by relevant intelligence information and coherent reasoning. In other words, there's got to be a logical chain that this makes sense. It's got to be coherent. It continues, clear and logical argumentation would require the ICA to explain actions Putin took that damaged Trump, which were contrary to the ICA's judgment. Similarly, coherent reasoning demands a thorough analysis of why, if Putin aspired to help Trump win, he did not take actions available to him at critical moments in the campaign that were consistent with those objectives. The ICA also should have examined the full scope of covert influence options available to Putin. What does action and inaction say about his true intentions? In other words, why, if he really wanted to help Trump win, why would he be doing shit that hurts Trump, which he did? And why would he be refusing to do other shit that he could have that hurt Hillary, which he did? It doesn't make sense. The ICA ignored that Putin's decision was not to help Trump in the closing weeks of the campaign and was not consistent with the ICA judgments. The ICA judged that Putin wanted to help Trump's chances of victories when possible by discrediting Clinton, and that he never abandoned this objective. Yet when the race evolved to the point that it became possible for Putin to help Trump win, the polls narrowed dramatically as Election Day approached. The ICA did not address why Putin chose not to leak more discrediting material on Clinton in order to help Trump's chances of victory. In other words, everybody assumed, even the intelligence here says, everybody assumed that Hillary's going to win. But then as we got like days out from the election, the polls tightened. Now, people still assumed Hillary would win, but it's within striking distance. So at this point, if you're Putin and you've assumed all along, if we take their narrative, damn it, I really want Trump to win, but it's just going to be too much to overcome. And now all of a sudden it gets within striking distance and Putin goes, nah, even though we've already leaked shit to hurt Hillary when we thought it didn't matter, now that Trump has a chance of winning, we ain't going to do shit. Why would he do that? It continues. A variety of intelligence sources indicate that Russian experts on U.S. politics were following the election polls, briefing Putin on the status of the race, and providing analytics of where the candidates are heading, according to CIA analysts. The GRU warned Putin in early September that Trump would lose the election without the intervention of remarkable derogatory information on Clinton, according to blank. In other words, his intelligence is telling him, yeah, unless some miracle happens and something real shitty about Hillary comes out, Trump's going to lose. That was in September. As the election entered the decisive final stages in October, Putin possessed proven, low-risk, cutout platforms for leaking documents via DCLeaks.com, WikiLeaks, and Guccifer 2.0, and an arsenal of material on Clinton. In other words, he had a bunch of places that he could have thrown this information, and he had a ton of bad information on Hillary. So now, it's in October. This is the key time. The polls are tightening, and Putin does nothing. He was interfering back in early July, but now at the crucial time when he really sees, oh my gosh, Trump has a chance to win, and he has a chance to tip Trump over the scale, and he wants Trump to win according to the official narrative, he chooses not to. Russian intelligence held particularly damaging information. It likely would have created greater scandals than the material already leaked by the GRU. CIA analysts confirmed that Moscow was receiving reports of U.S. election polling. So, Putin was aware of what the polling was. Clinton's strong 7% lead in mid-October gradually fell by over half to 3.1% by the end of the month. So, remember, voting's in November. So by the end of October, in October, she goes from 7% lead to a 3.1% lead, according to Real Clear Politics average of election polls. The lowest point came 5 days before the election, where her lead was down to just 1.3%. During those decisive final 3 weeks of the election, new scandals might have expected to stand a good chance of sinking Clinton's struggling campaign. Here's the polling. So you can see October 17th, Clinton's up 7. And then as time goes, we'll check October 30th, Putin's up 4.3. October 31st, she's up 3.1. Then as we get closer, election day is November 8th. You can see it goes 3.1, 2.2 the next day, 1.7, 1.6, 1.5, 1.8, and then the day before 3.2. But there's a clear trend that it's going down, the election's tightening. So So what this is saying is, okay, why would it make sense if they wanted Trump to win that they were releasing shit to WikiLeaks? We're told that was Russia that did that way back in July, when the polls showed Clinton with a seemingly insurmountable lead. We even have intelligence that says his own intelligence was telling him in September, Trump doesn't have a chance unless some miracle happens. And yet, Putin restrains himself, despite the fact that, according to this, he wants Trump to win. Why would he do that? Imagine if these polls are accurate and Hillary wins by like 1.8%. And Putin's like, damn, we really needed Trump to win. And we could have done it by just releasing this shit. And we already released a bunch of shit, so it's not like we're afraid to do it. But we'll just choose not to, for no reason. And the drafters of the ICA never bother to explain that. They're just like, well, despite the fact that their rules say, look, you have to fit all the evidence into a coherent story. That's not coherent. It continues. Putin's decision to not leak additional derogatory information on Secretary Clinton as the polls narrowed undermines the ICA's claim that he aspired to help Trump win and never entirely abandoned hope for a defeat of Secretary Clinton. Putin's decision to stop leaking is consistent with alternative explanations omitted by the ICA, that Putin didn't care who won because he saw weaknesses for Russia in both candidates. So, scenario one, Putin's trying to help Trump win. Then why the fuck at this crucial time didn't he release the damaging information he had about Hillary? Scenario two, Putin's just fucking shit up because he doesn't care and he wants to undermine the whole system, both candidates. Now it makes sense. He's holding on to material because he's like, I think Hillary's going to win. I could use this material to hurt her. I could release some shit that's bad for Trump. I don't really give a fuck. Next, the ICA glossed over the significance of Putin holding back his most damaging material. The ICA mentioned that Moscow refrained from using additional information, but it did so without addressing the strategic implications of what was held back versus what was leaked, and how this speaks to Putin's objectives. The ICA says Moscow could have done more. Moscow had additional information obtained from cyber collection against U.S. government and non-government targets, such as reports on Secretary Clinton's health that it could have used against the Clinton administration policies and nominees based on blank. We assessed that Moscow refrained from the full spectrum of actions it could have taken to affect the U.S. election. We judged that the Kremlin could have disclosed additional material. The ICA's generic description of the material Putin held back makes the reader unaware of the significant information available to Moscow to denigrate Secretary Clinton. This violated the rulebook directives that analysis must be informed by all relevant information available, given that the documents leaked during the election were far less damaging to Secretary Clinton than those Putin chose not to leak. We're going to pause here because we got the good stuff coming up. Let's read the couple of super chats that we've gotten. Only a Mr. Bill, great dude. $2 says, Dems, high confidence means they were high then. Yeah. And the great Gully, who's already donated $100 tonight, throws in another $5. Thank you so much. And Gully's keeping us afloat tonight. What are the rest of you people doing? For shame. For shame. My goodness. Well, I have to go to the restroom. We got the best stuff coming up, at least the stuff I want to get to, of the shit that Putin allegedly had of damaging information about Hillary. This is going to be a twofold thing. One, it's going to show how this ICA is bullshit, and they didn't factor in this evidence, which disproves the likelihood of their central claim that Putin wanted Trump to win. But secondly, it's going to talk a bunch of the conspiracies that we said about things like Hillary's health were fucking true. So, I have to go to the restroom, so we're going to play a grifting song. You all are going to donate huge sums of money. We're going to come back and be at 75% of our goal. Everyone will laugh and cheer. It's going to be great. Oh, let's see. What grifting song can I enjoy for your pleasure today? Well, how about this? Let's do this. Yeah, we'll do this instead. Let's see how we did here. Super chats. You know what? Fuck it. You know? No one's donating tonight, so we'll just see you guys later. I'm just fucking with you. I wouldn't do that. I'm not that fucking petty. You guys are the best. Why would I ever treat you like shit like that? Come on now. Now, I would appreciate more money because I am greedy. But I mean, come on. We're bros. I'm not going to do some shit like that for you. I'm here for the long haul anyways. You know? Let's not kid ourselves. But I'll pretend like, I'm so pissed off. I'm going to stomp out of here. Please, let's get to some super chat. So, for realsy, my man Nate, what's happening? For $10 says, just got rolling for the night, checking in with the grift. Thanks, Nate. Be safe out there, man. Always appreciate hearing from you. And always appreciate our truck drivers, man. Thank you so much. John Smith, great to hear from you again. $10 says, YouTube keeps crashing on me. I'm going to bed. Is Are We Not Men still here to sing me a lullaby? Maybe later tonight. He will. I mean, if you're going to bed, I would play it now. We'll play it now here in a minute. We will. And the great Mr. Ubercross, $20 says genre, speed metal, topic. Rob is a bearded Viking warrior who casually opens pickle jars and earns $357 like it's nothing, while vanquishing his liberal adversaries with facts. Also logic. I mean, we will get to the music portion of this show later, I assure you. But for now, we're going to keep going, I think, with looking into the Tulsi files. Though I will... By the way, Otis Driftwood, I see you over there in Rumble. Thank you for the $4. Says, I was lost in the woods, chose myself. Horribly good choice. Here's a 2. Thank you, my friend. Let's play the John Smith song real quick as we try to grift more music. I have to pretend like I'm not going to continue. If we don't get to at least 75%, then I'm not going to keep going. I'm probably going to keep going, but I have to pretend. So, oh boy, I guess I'll play another song. This is one of my all-time favorites. Which one did we use, though? I think we liked both. I think we liked the second better. So, please enjoy this wonderful song that my friend Are We Not Men, our mod, made for John Smith to go to sleep. All right, John wants the first version. Great. There we go. There we go. It's all right, Mr. Ubercross. I'll get it later tonight. Don't worry. Okay, John, for you, man. Heading to bed. You get to hear Are We Not Men? Docile tones. Help you to sleep tonight.
Are we not men? Just walking this earth, chasing the stars, unsure of our worth. I see you there, a friend in the night. No hearts to break, no love to ignite. Good night, John Smith. Sleep easy, my friend. This wish has no twist, no message to send, just platonic, no sonnets, no swoon. Rest well under the silver moon. Are we not men who laugh at the day, falling through time in our own simple way? No roses, no red, no secrets to share. Only the quiet of a night that we bear. Good night, John Smith. Sleep easy, my friend. This wish has no twist, no message to send, just platonic, no sonnets, no swoon. Rest well under the silver moon.
Good night, John Smith. Thanks for the $10. like that. The old backup cam. Little blue. Good night, John Smith. Are We Not Men's gonna miss you. A couple more super chats, then I promise we'll get back in. Even though we haven't reached 75%, that's okay. That's okay. Well, I'm having fun, so I'm gonna keep getting back into these files. Nate gives another $10, says, how many of you even lean towards Trump actually believe the bullshit Russia collusion? Well, it wasn't about that necessarily. Of course, it was about trying to convince people of that before the election. We saw Harry Reid talking about it. The Mother Jones article came out before then. It was sort of their October surprise. But it also doubled as an investigative tool that allowed the Obama administration to basically use the FBI to spy on all of the communications of the Trump team. So imagine Watergate on steroids. They would know exactly what the Trump's team was deliberating in their internal communication, which could help Hillary's team in that way as well. Then after the election and what they lost, it wasn't so much about convincing Trump supporters of the Russia collusion thing. It was about diminishing his political capital and embroiling him in a scandal that would mean that his agenda wouldn't get passed. Remember, there were certainly establishment Republicans that Trump was going to need in the House and the Senate that jumped on board with this Russia collusion scandal. And that's how we got 3.5 years of the biggest news story in this country being Russia collusion. But you're right. I think most of his supporters realized early, like, this is horseshit. There's no there. And JB Speaks, thanks for the $5. It says, how many whip songs does this get me? I figured that this was $5 per spent in my kids' school lunches starting this week. Of course, it'll get you one whip song. Now listen, for realsy this time, I'm going to play one more song, the whip song. It's only a minute. We're going to play it, and then we're moving on. But we're hemorrhaging viewers. People don't want to hear me talk about grifting. So those of you that want to support the channel, your donations are doubly important. One, it financially helps me be very greedy. And secondly, the people that don't want to hear me ramble on about donations are like, finally, this fat fucking guy will shut up and get back to these files. So last song, then we're moving on. So get those donos in.
Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, we don't want to go to war today. But the Lord of the Lashes says, nay, nay, nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. 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 Left, right, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the dark Lord's.
Oh, there we go. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Sorry, I'm doing my little clicker game real quick. You got to wait for that, too. Oh, boy. Now the people are getting pissed. Wait for your little stupid-ass clicker game, too? Yep. All right. Oh, yep. Okay. Now we're good. All right. Well, the donos aren't rolling in tonight. That's okay. I forgive you. I don't forgive me. I need to do better. On to the content. My mods won't be happy. I'll get yelled at after the show for this. Like, what are you doing moving on before the donos came in? That's okay. I trust people. All right. Now, there's a part here that I'm the only person I've seen comment on the significance of this. So this is what prompted me to want to go through this myself, because oftentimes I see when I go through this stuff myself, I get a fuller picture of the context and understanding. And sometimes you find things that other people haven't commented on. It's a mistake to just rely on people that you assume are very good, and many of them are, but a different set of eyes is always a good thing, and people look for different things. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. I mentioned this last week, but I think that it's important, and I doubt you've heard this anywhere except here. Let's go. So they had stuff that was they released stuff that was far less damaging to Hillary than shit that they were sitting on. Here's some of the examples of stuff they were sitting on. First, as of September 2016, the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, the SVR, had Democratic National Committee information that President Obama and party leaders found the state of Secretary Clinton's health to be extraordinarily alarming and felt it could have serious negative impact on her election prospects. Her health information was being kept in strictest secrecy, and even close advisors were not being fully informed. Now, I cannot stress the importance of this. If you are around for that election, the story of Hillary's health was circulated all over the place. In particular, one video that showed her struggling to get into a limo, and then you had a bunch of the videos that you've probably seen of her like fascinated by balloons at the DNC, and it looked like something was horribly wrong with her. And yet we were told by almost all of the mainstream media, the legacy media that you traditionally see, other than like Fox, it was all bullshit. It was all conspiracy theory. There's nothing wrong with her. How dare you spread these unfounded conspiracy theories? She's fine. She's perfectly healthy. Well, turns out she wasn't, or at least the Obama administration didn't believe so. They had internal communications worrying about her health, and Russia got access to that. So two things here. One, this proves once again that we're constantly gaslit. So now you have Clinton, we were gaslit about her health. Then we had 4 years of Trump. I'll play you a clip after we go through this. I don't know if we'll finish this tonight, but I got a couple clips I want to play you that are relevant, right? Look at the differences how the press treated Trump's health in his 4 years versus Biden and Hillary's. It's like night and day. So it turns out there was reason to be concerned about Hillary's health. Then with Trump, they went ham, even though he was remarkably healthy. Then with Biden, whoopsie, the press just didn't know that he was a human vegetable. And then back to Trump, and they'll criticize his. What's that? It looks like his ankles are swollen. What's going on there? Oh, they gave us a report within 3 days. That's not enough. What's really going on with his health? So once more, another example of the conspiracy theorists being right. But then the reason that it's being included here and the importance that they're talking about is because that was a big story, and there were a lot of people on the fence that wouldn't want to elect someone who they thought was in very poor health. So this was an effective attack that Trump surrogates were using against Hillary Clinton. So if in September, Putin's sitting on this information, it could blow the election wide open. And yet he chooses not to release it at a crucial time. Why? Why wouldn't he release it if he really wanted Trump to win? That's more damaging than the WikiLeaks stuff of like, hey, they cheated Bernie. Okay? Let's keep moving because the next few are relevant to this SVR, that's Russian intelligence, possessed DNC communications. The Clinton was suffering from, quote, intensified psycho-emotional problems, much like every Democrat woman, apparently, including uncontrolled fits of anger, aggression, and cheerfulness. It's like doing a panel with these fucking lefty chicks. Clinton was placed on a daily regime of heavy tranquilizer. Well, there you go. I guess there's an answer. And while afraid of losing, she remained obsessed with a thirst for power. Boy, it's got it all, doesn't it? Psycho problems. She's on tranquilizers. She's fearful she'll lose, but she's obsessed with power. So say internal DNC communications. And yet, didn't hear a word. Where was all the investigative journalism in the United States? Boy, oh boy, they could find any shady shit from Trump's campaigns, right? All sorts of leakers, but no one there. And for some odd reason, Putin decides not to release this information, even though he desperately wanted Trump to win, according to the narrative. Why? Why wouldn't he release this? It continues. Russian intelligence also had information that Clinton suffered from type 2 diabetes, ischemic heart disease, deep vein thrombosis, and chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Diabetes, heart disease. But they don't release it. Again, we were told we were crazy. Hillary's in perfect health. In reality, Obama and the DNC are like, shit, this lady's on tranquilizers. She's crazy. She's got heart disease. She's diabetic. She's obsessed with power. Oh, well, nothing to see here. But Putin doesn't release it at the crucial time. Russian intelligence also possessed a campaign email discussing a plan approved by Secretary Clinton to link Putin and Russia hackers to candidate Trump in order to, quote, distract the American public from the Clinton email server scandal. Where to fucking begin with this? So it seems like everyone and their fucking brother knew that Hillary concocted the Trump-Russia collusion scheme except the American voter. The CIA knew, the FBI knew, all of Obama's team knew, fucking Russia knew. But guess what? The CIA and Obama's team and the FBI went right along with the plan. As we discussed last night in the timeline, which you can see here. July 26, 2016, Hillary Clinton approves a proposal from one of our campaign foreign policy advisors to vilify Trump by stirring up a scandal claiming interference by Russian security services. The CIA receives this intel within days, although the CIA and FBI officials ensure it's concealed from agents working the Trump-Russia investigation. The same day, Alexander Downer, the Australian diplomat with connections to the Hillary team, provides his information. 5 days after Clinton approves this plan, 5 days after Hillary's like, you know what? Let's smear Trump as colluding with Russia in order to distract from my email server scandal. Russia knows this. Russia gets evidence that they could have released, proving then that this was a setup. We'll get to why this is important. And 5 days later, Peter Strzok starts Crossfire Hurricane, starts the investigation into Trump. 5 days after Hillary approves the plan. The very next day, so 6 days after Hillary approves the plan, 1 day later, FBI leadership orders the bulk of the corruption investigation into Clinton Foundation to be closed. The directive came from Comey, who cited an undisclosed counterintelligence concern that he ultimately never revealed. Probably Trump-Russia collusion. Within 6 days, Hillary Clinton got everything she wanted. The FBI to be off her back and onto Trump's back. Despite this, the server, even if you say, okay, the American public going into the election didn't really know the extent of an FBI investigation into Trump. Now they did. Mother Jones published an article at the end of October, if I believe. Harry Reid also spilled the beans on this before the election. But even if we accept the average American didn't know that there was an FBI investigation into Trump-Russia collusion, they certainly knew that there was an FBI investigation into Hillary's email server. It was big news. Comey knew it was big news. Loretta Lynch knew it was big news. That's why Comey gave his famous, well, we're declining. No reasonable prosecutor would prosecute her, but shame on you, Ms. Clinton, shame on you. Then, of course, a few days before the election, they had to reopen it because a whistleblower was going to rat them out that Comey's team was sitting on evidence that they hadn't looked at yet. So Comey quickly reopens the investigation, closes it back, and 3 days later. And still to this day, Democrats say that cost her the election. That cost her the election. That's what they say. Oh, Comey's interference. Oh, boy. So Democrats already think that this investigation into Hillary's server and the way the FBI handled it pissed off enough people to have Trump win. So if that's the case, why didn't Putin release this information? That all the Russia, Russia, Russia shit that was being yelled at the media was merely a plan concocted by Hillary Clinton to distract from her server. Don't you think the American public would have said, wait, what? But Putin didn't release it. Why? Why wouldn't he do that? If he wanted Trump to win. Why wouldn't he? That would have been the death knell for Hillary's camp. But he chose not to release it. Why? Inexplicable. ICA never says. Doesn't say that Putin's sitting on this. Here's another question. If, as it was alleged, that Trump was an asset of Putin and the CIA and the FBI knew that Putin had this information, then why wouldn't Putin have came out immediately after the victory of Donald Trump and said all of this shit's been concocted by Democrats to go after Trump? Why wouldn't he release this information then? If Trump really was his stooge, why wouldn't he do that? What better way to make the scandal go away than to provide evidence that it was all concocted by Hillary Clinton? But he chose not to. Why? Here's another question. All of the shit that we're seeing here. Remember, there's an entire investigation. The Democrats are accusing Trump of his inner circle or him himself colluding with Russia. He's a puppet of Vladimir Putin. Still, many Democrats believe this. Yet this entire report strongly suggests that there's no collaboration. They have all these intelligence assets and not one of them saying like, oh, fucking Trump's team's working with Putin. Not one. They got sentence fragments that they're using. They got unnamed sources here, unnamed sources there, but they didn't find one fucking source that anyone in Trump's team was working with Putin. Not one. While they're putting this ICA together. Not one. They kept digging though, didn't they? And of course found nothing. Well, but Paul Manafort gave campaign data to a Ukrainian named Konstantin Klimenik. It's a fucking joke. I could focus all night on the insanity of that. I'll again read it. Russian intelligence possessed a campaign email, strongly implying that it's real. It's a real campaign email that discussed a plan approved by Hillary Clinton to link Putin and Russian hackers to Trump in order to distract the American public from the Clinton email scandal. Imagine if they would have put out a fucking email from Hillary's team. Dupe the American people into caring about Trump and Russia instead of our server. But Putin didn't release it. And never did. Not even during 4 years of Trump and then 4 years of Biden. Fuck, Putin could have released that during the Biden administration to harm Biden, and he didn't. Move on. This, oh my goodness. This one is even crazier. This is the one that I haven't seen people talk about. Brace yourself for this, which again, one, further is proof of this story that Russia apparently had this damning information about Hillary but wasn't releasing it. But this is a fucking completely new scandal that I've never seen discussed. You ready? Right here. Quote, the Russian Federal Security Service in August had details of secret meetings with multiple named U.S. religious organizations in which the U.S. State Department, under Obama, representatives offered in exchange for supporting Hillary, quote, significant increases in financing from department funds and the patronage of state in dealing with post-Soviet countries. Why am I the only person I've heard talk about this? Are you shitting me?
Russia had intelligence that there were multiple State Department meetings with various U.S. religious organizations saying, we'll give you money and support if you support Hillary. Do I even need to begin to talk about what a scandal that is if true? If Obama's State Department was bribing religious organizations to support Hillary Clinton, if that shit's allowed, if we're going to allow that now, think of the implications of this. Think of what that means from any sitting U.S. president. Fuck it. We'll give billions of dollars out to all sorts of organizations. We'll just blatantly go to union leaders and be like, fuck it, here's $1 billion. Vote for me. Fuck it. Why not, right? Now let's steelman the position as best as possible in favor of the Democrats. Maybe this is bullshit. Maybe the intelligence that Putin's team had is incorrect. Yet still, why wouldn't they release it if they had information? Why wouldn't they release it? They released a bunch of shit, allegedly, about the mistreatment of Bernie Sanders through WikiLeaks. Why not release this? You know the scandal this would have caused? But no. They choose not to. Secondly, have there been investigations into these claims? Unless this is on-face bullshit, which it could be, I assume if there's any worth their salt from Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, that this is an immediate fucking FBI investigation. Presumably, the people preparing the ICA and the people reviewing it have access to this information that Russia supposedly had. So there needs to be an immediate investigation into this. It's long since been alleged that there's basically kickbacks for various organizations. Not just religious, though religion's been including. For example, there are a lot of NGOs like Catholic Charities that seem to be doing a hell of a good job of importing illegals into this country. There's other organizations through USAID where the money ends up going to some firm that's getting 80% of the, well, we're doing a study to fight cancer in Zimbabwe. But of course, 85% of the money stays here in Washington where we've set up our little research firm. And then, oh, by the way, we're donating to Democratic politicians with the money that the government gave us for this research. I haven't heard anyone talk about this. I think that it warrants an explanation. We'll get to the footnote here. The best defense that I've heard of this in the footnote. But first, let's read the following two blocks. Next, FBI Director James Comey testified to the committee that in August 2016, Russian intel had DNC emails in which the head of the DNC, quote, was telling people that former Attorney General Loretta Lynch was working to control me and keeping a named member of the Clinton campaign informed on what the FBI was doing in the Clinton email investigation. So Comey testified in August of 2016 that Russian intel had DNC emails in which the head of the DNC was telling people Loretta Lynch was controlling James Comey to protect the Clinton campaign in the server investigation. Again, if the Democrats are right that Comey's, quote, mishandling of the Hillary email server investigation cost her the election, don't you think the implication would be they also would have thought it would have been a huge deal if Russia released this information and would have affected many votes? And yet they didn't release it, despite the fact that we're told they wanted Trump to win. Why? They had this evidence from at least as far back as August when Comey testified to it. Continues. Russian intelligence also had information that DNC leadership and Clinton's foreign policy advisors had heard that U.S. allies in London, Berlin, Paris, and Rome were not optimistic about a Clinton presidency. They'd expressed notes of doubt regarding our ability to perform the functions of head of state, and our election would create unfavorable conditions for advancing foreign policy interests of the United States. In other words, allies of the United States were apparently saying, we don't think Clinton's going to be any good if she's elected. That would have been damaging. Because one of the big things was Clinton's respected around the world and all these world leaders. She could do the job. She's been there for 40 plus years. And Trump's a neophyte and there'll be nuclear war ever. And he doesn't know how to, he'll embarrass us on the foreign stage. So foreign leaders were saying, we think Hillary's going to suck. That's a huge talking point of Hillary going into the election that would be significantly impugned. But Russia chooses not to release it. All of this stuff that's been listed here in this section is more damning than the shit that got released in WikiLeaks. Quick, right now, tell me what was released in the WikiLeaks files. Go ahead. It was so damning, surely we all remember it, right? What was it? Anyone? Some shit about screwing over Bernie? Anything else? But it was so significant, we were told, oh my goodness, Russia interfered so significantly. Yeah, the John Podesta Pisa emails, yeah. That we were told was all bullshit anyways. So they're sitting on this more damning stuff, but they never release it. Why? Now let's read this footnote about this, which is the only defense I've heard of this religious thing that I talked about. The Russian Federal Security Service published a report in early September quoting, quote, European government experts that noted candidate Clinton was building her lead in battleground states and that candidate Trump would have, quote, only minimal chances of winning unless he was able to take advantage of yet more revelations concerning Clinton's work as Secretary of State and, in particular, the growing scandal surrounding her use of her government position to attract large donors to the Clinton Family Foundation. In other words, Russia received a report in September that Europe, all their experts were like, yep, Trump's not going to win unless more scandals break out. Meanwhile, Russia's sitting on the scandals. And they're like, nah, we're not going to release them. Why? If they wanted Trump to win. The footnote continues. The text suggests that the Russian intelligence services were aware of candidate Clinton's potential vulnerability to ethical issues, which would highlighted the potential value of leaking the details of secret meetings offering State Department patronage to religious groups in exchange for support to the Clinton campaign. The CIA redacted the source details of this report, however, so it's difficult to assess the value of this intelligence without clarification of source access, reliability, or motivation. It is also not clear, because of the redactions, if this information went to President Putin or his presidential administration staff. The ICA did not quote the report. Now, this is what I saw one random person on X when I brought this up say. They highlight the lines. The CIA redacted source details of the report, so it's difficult to assess the value of the intelligence without clarification of source access, reliability, or motivation. Okay? So number one, where is this report? Let's get to the bottom of it right fucking now. Number two, it seems that the CIA didn't have a problem when we didn't have source motivation, reliability, source access, with including shit that was detrimental to Trump. That's what this whole fucking report's been saying. Oh, an anonymous email from someone we don't know sent to someone we don't know with no date? Put it in the fucking report. See, there's proof. Putin wanted Trump to win. Absurdity after absurdity. Where is this fucking report that was redacted? Why was it redacted? I want fucking answers. I want Pam Bondi to come out and say, we've looked into this and there was nothing to see there. At least something. But an allegation that there is some sort of report, again, the entire fucking Russia collusion investigation was started on more flimsy evidence than this. Of George Papadopoulos saying to a Clinton-connected Australian diplomat, I heard Russians have emails on Hillary. Here we have Russia actually fucking has an email that says that the Obama State Department was trying to bribe religious groups to vote for Hillary, to support Hillary. How is that not the start of a massive investigation? And no one gives a shit. I'll guarantee you if a report released saying that there's allegations that Russia has evidence that Trump is trying to pay certain organizations to support him and his candidates through taxpayer dollars, that it'll be the biggest fucking scandal in this country. There'll be immediate demands for impeachment, investigation, special counsels. But, ho-hum, this is released. And here's what's fucking aggravating. Remember yesterday when I showed you me writing in 2017 about the FISA-gate shit? Remember that? It's not just the left. It's that you can't get key members on the fucking right and the Republicans to do anything about this. I can't tell you how many times I've looked into these scandals. I assure you, I fucking assure you, I have no special connections. Nothing. There are a couple of congressmen that I've come to know after 2017, by the way, when I was writing that shit. But we've never talked about anything remotely about this sort of stuff, let alone getting access to privileged information. How is it that some redneck like me is able to go through this stuff and see the problems with it? And yet it seems like we can't get the actual politicians on the Republican side or the Attorney General Bill Barr or all these other people to do shit all about it. Anyways, continuing. Russian intelligence reported in January 2016 that it had information taken from a U.S. think tank indicating that a high-ranking official in the Democratic National Committee knew about the application of political pressure on the FBI in the Clinton email investigation by a high-ranking official of the U.S. Justice Department. A high-ranking DNC official knew that someone in the Department of Justice was pressuring the FBI to go easy on Hillary? No. But they didn't release it. In March 2016, Russian intelligence has intercepted discussions between high-ranking DNC official and a U.S. non-governmental organization indicating that a Clinton staffer was receiving updates on the FBI's Clinton email investigation from high-ranking Department of Justice official. Really? Hillary's team was receiving updates on what the investigation was from someone in the DOJ? No. Never released. No big investigation, no special counsel, no strike force. Ho-hum. By the way, part of the Democrats, they're actually right about this. Trump was there in 2017. He came into office. Where was his fucking DOJ? Where was Jeff Sessions? Where was Bill Barr? Now, if you've been following me for a long time, you may remember me screaming my fucking head off about Bill Barr covering this up. But I was told to trust the plan. That's what I was told. I promise I'll get to all the super chats. I really do. It's difficult to justify the ICA judgment that Putin aspired to help Trump win by discrediting Secretary Clinton, given that in the closing weeks of the campaign, when such devastating leaks could have been decisive, President Putin elected not to inject this material into the campaign. At a minimum, the ICA should have identified this contrary evidence and addressed it. By not including this significant intelligence, the CIA violated the rulebook directives that analysts should be informed by all relevant information available, and that the assessments must not be distorted by nor shaped for advocacy of a particular audience or agenda. While the ICA did not address the significant strategic implications of what was held back, it does speculate on possible tactical motives to explain Putin's decision to stop leaking after October. Speculation? says SVR officers were protective of the accesses they used to derive intelligence reports for Putin and may have argued to prevent the disclosure of non-public material that, if disclosed, would have endangered continued collection on U.S. decision-making. In other words, maybe Russian officials thought, geez, if we release this stuff, then the United States will be weary of Russian hacks and they'll crack down on us and we won't be able to collect more. Does that sound good to you? Well, there's a problem with that theory, right? What's the problem with that theory? Anyone know what the problem with that theory is? If it's true that they were afraid to release information because the spotlight, the eye of Sauron would have been put on them, and all of a sudden there would have been investigations into them, then why the fuck did they allegedly release the stuff in July? Guess what happened? Publicly, the entire country was talking about Russian hacks. Whoops. Now all of a sudden they're concerned? Laughable. Continues. The ICA speculation about the Russian intel tactical priorities doesn't make sense, given that the media had already reported on Russian intrusions on DNC servers by June. I'm sorry, I said July. They knew before then. Blank, their accesses were already blown by the GRU leaks and the subsequent media reports and forensic investigation by private U.S. companies. CrowdStrike. The cybersecurity company CrowdStrike had done an analysis of the attacks on the DNC servers, and company officials testified that security measures had been improved. So they're saying just what I said. This doesn't fucking make sense. By June, everyone and their brother was saying, Russia hacked, Russia hacked, Russia hacked. So you got all this shit that you hacked, and you released 30% of it. But then you're like, you know what? We won't release the other 70% because people might think that we hacked them. But they already are saying that publicly based on the shit you released. So at that point, if you really want Trump to win, why not fucking go for broke and just release everything? The ICA pointed out that the politically sensitive decisions to leak or not were made by President Putin personally. So it would have been his call, regardless of ICA speculation, on what the SVR might have argued, to hold back material during the critical final 3 weeks of the elections. Putin's strategic priorities would have trumped any SVR tactical concerns about accesses. So in other words, Putin himself went and gave a shit. He said, fuck it, I want Trump to win. But he didn't. Why? We continue. The ICA did not attempt to explain Russian leaks to damage Trump that were inconsistent with you know what? We're at 1243. We're on page 21. I think we're going to call it a night, not for the show, but we're almost at 1 a.m. So page 21. Oh, we're at 69% of our dono goal. Bam! Nice. Hell yeah. Let's read some super chats, shall we? Nate, thank you. As always, $10 says, even in my very extended family with various political leanings, ridiculous. Yep. I mean, it's just unbelievable. Nate with another 20, single-handedly, just crushing it. Gully and Nate tonight, man. You guys are crushing it. $20 says, I'm glad to have someone go as in-depth as you send people to watch. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Nate. I love doing these in-depth reviews. Only a Mr. Bill says, Rob, for $2, Robopedia is so much better than Wikipedia. Let's go. Thank you. Susan Griffith, $5. Thank you so much. Says, wish I could keep watching. Have a good night. Tune in tomorrow. I probably missed you, but you could watch. I'll leave this one up for a while. Nate for $10 says, I knew Hillary had a lot in common with my first text mother-in-law. Yeah, being psychopathic, obsessed with power, on tranquilizers. Nate for another 10 says, no way you don't say the party that's been for separation of church and state drive churches, really? Yeah. Isn't that crazy? separation of church and state unless we're bribing them. Bear the yoke. $10. Nice to hear from you again. Says, keep it up, man. No one else is doing this. Can't wait to see this study used in debate format. Really understand the not engaging with fake outrage lefties who wouldn't acknowledge this stuff now. Right. They're not going to cover it. And when I do, when you see me debate someone on this, they're just going to say, so what? What's our proof? So what? Okay, this. I'll make their argument for them. Okay. The intelligence agencies that sincerely believe that Russia was trying to help Trump, maybe they didn't follow all the guidelines, but it's not criminal and it's no big deal. Right? They were still already doing an investigation into Trump's team, so what's it matter? What's it matter? And everybody was already saying, so what? They interfered and ended up hurting Hillary? So who cares if their intent was to help Trump or not? Who cares? It's not really that big of a deal. Again, I remind you, my entire argument this entire time has been, it's not that Hillary's bad. It's not even that Obama's bad. It's that these intel agencies are putting their thumb on the scale. So even if you say it ended up not mattering, if their intent was to help one political candidate over another, and they broke their own rules to do it, that's a fucking huge deal. And it's persisted through 8 years of Donald Trump, now going into 9 years, of lawfare, of leaks, of spying. Just like Chuck Schumer told us, Trump shouldn't criticize the FBI because they'll find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at him. And that's exactly what we're seeing. And no one gives a shit. Oh, well, just a harmless mistake. Nate, another $10 says, speaking of rednecks, it's time for rednecks to take back the federal government. Hey, man, I ran for Congress. I didn't win, but I gave her a try. Now I have a kid, so I won't run for Congress again until my kid's 18. I would prefer not to. I hope other rednecks rise up, and it doesn't have to be me. I'm more than happy to sit my ass on this chair and just talk to you all every night. And Nate, for another $5, says, we need to hear from you intelligent, quiet people. $2 or $5. Let's do it. Yeah, agreed, Nate. Don't leave it all up to the big donors. Oh, come on. What was your name? We know it's you. Awake 51. I can't remember. We know it's you that always talked about Ethereum. All I could do is be authentic to myself. Sometimes I'm criticizing Trump. Sometimes I'm supporting of him. But for me, it's never been about supporting Trump or being against Hillary or being against Obama or being against Biden or being against Kamala. It's been about these goddamn institutions. That's why I can say from the bottom of my heart, this information matters, even if Trump committed the most heinous crimes against children. Send out the proof, throw that fucker in jail for the rest of his life, give him capital punishment. I don't give a shit. You think I care if he did shit to children? I don't care at all. Fuck it. That doesn't absolve the intelligence agencies for what they did. It's not about protecting Trump. It's about that we don't have a country if these unelected bureaucrats are this corrupt. By the way, I saw someone mention earlier that it appears that a big tsunami is coming into Hawaii. Please, dear God, don't leave it be that damaging and spare the worst of it. That's terrible news. I feel horrible. I mean, it seems like we aren't even that far removed from those terrible fires that happened in Hawaii. So I don't personally know anyone that lives in Hawaii, but if anyone out there is living there that watches me or that knows people that do, I'll be praying for you. It's terrible news. So hopefully it's not as bad. From what I was reading just slightly while I went to the restroom there, it doesn't look good. It looks pretty bad. So it's terrible. One thing I'll say about this, though, like when people say, how much do you think the Epstein files will matter? How much do you think these Tulsi releases will matter? One of the things that's true, and I say this all the time, is like with social media and shit, our attention span is so small now. And I said, what happens if we go to war? What happens if there's a huge natural disaster? What happens if there's a huge virus? What happens if another scandal breaks? I don't know. So you could bet your bottom dollar and let me be an equal I hate the both sides do it shit, but it is true both sides do this. I have my bias. I think Democrats are way worse. But make no mistake, when shit like this happens, horribly, one of the first things that's going to happen is people are going to be like, how can we use this to our political advantage? Oh, there was mismanagement on flood walls by the Democrats in Hawaii. Oh, it's because Trump, doesn't spend enough money on storm warning systems or, FEMA. Oh, it's because of climate change. It's all so tiresome. Really is. I'm not even going to say I'm not guilty of it to some degree. So we'll see. So I'll pray for the people. I really do feel bad about it. Postal Joe, thanks so much. $10. I always love that avatar. Just tuned in. You said no one cares, and you're right. But they'll call you authoritarian for wanting to hold these treasonous people accountable. It's all backwards. Yeah, it's infuriating. Scott Adams said today, I thought this was prescient. Again, we will cover the rest of these Tulsi files probably tomorrow. Don't worry, I'm not going to bed or anything. But I think we're damn near 3 hours in. I'm going to read super chats, and then instead of going into hour 4, sometimes audiences can only... someone actually messaged me this the other day and was like, you realize that if you're talking about this shit into hour 4, people... you can only handle so much. So I'm like, that's fair. So 3 hours seems good. But Scott Adams said, this story will not be covered by the mainstream news, and it will lose its power. It will not have an effect on people, the Tulsi files, the Russiagate shit, unless someone like Brennan gets arrested. Doesn't matter if he's convicted, but he needs to get arrested. And I agree. That would force people to cover it. That would force the normies to go, wait, what? Former head of the CIA arrested? What happened? And of course, CNN and the New York Times and all them that were complicit in the Russia collusion hoax are going to defend John Brennan if that happens. But it'll get people paying attention. Then they'll be forced to cover the story. That's sadly where we're at. The legacy media does not exist to hold truth to power. They exist to bury the truth for the powerful. When is it supposed to hit? Gully wants to know. I saw Michael Hatch was talking about it. So I don't know. Let's see if we could find out. Trump puts out, due to a massive earthquake, this is 2 hours ago, that occurred in the Pacific Ocean, tsunami warnings in effect for those living in Hawaii. A tsunami watch is in effect for Alaska and the Pacific coast of the United States. Japan is also in the way. Please visit tsunami.gov for the latest information. Stay strong and stay safe. Let's see what it says. Time 7:52 p.m. Well, for God's sakes, let me see. I don't see a time here. Maybe it says... I think this could use some work. I mean, this is sort of confusing. This is where the link sends me. I mean, okay. I guess we can move around, but it doesn't really... "12:26 a.m." But this is... what time is this? Well, there you have it. Let's see if I can find any more details here.
What? I did not watch this. So there's this big drama. We'll cover this real quick. I'm interested to see this. There was a big debate on Wick's channel with like Destiny and Connor versus Boy and Pisco, and it had something to do with like who should we support more, Hassan type lefty socialist or Trump people. And I think Pisco and Boy are on the side of the socialist, and Destiny and Connor are on the other side. But apparently, I saw one clip for Pisco that was absolutely brutal. We'll see what this one is.
They won't wear the they just won't have the they won't. I don't think that she would like that. I don't think she'd like that.
Wait, Stephen. What would it take for me to show you that she's not a Marxist?
You understand that right now, when both of you, right now, when both of you have staked your reputation now on this question that's publicly said, there's no real thing I could give you right now, right? You understand? You understand that both of you are literally incentivized to.
What evidence would it take to convince you otherwise? That's a simple question. You can say nothing. Nothing will convince me otherwise. You can say
unless she has like genuinely changed her political beliefs over time.
Will anything change your mind about that position?
I'm
yes
sure.
Or no?
If there was like a debate that she had like 2 months ago, and somebody linked me, and she was like, "Oh no, like I don't think that like these ideas are necessarily good or whatever." Then then I'd be like, "Oh shit, maybe she changed her beliefs."
So we'll go through the receipts of what Trader Rate said, and if a thorough search of her records or of her fucking public statements doesn't say anything about a violent revolution.
Look for the clips. Go search.
Doesn't say anything about a violent revolution. Will you retract your statement? If a thorough search of her records, will you retract this claim that you just made?
If she hold on, I submit. Okay, here we go. We were linked this. I submit this to the chat. Go, play it, Wick. Play it down for us.
Give me a second. Let me.
Damn, we got to look up clips and shit.
Receipts.
I guess. Yeah, we have to have every single quote on board. I guess for every single.
You substantiate that? You have a study.
Share your screen.
No,
Disagreement.
I'm not.
Okay, so you're not a socialist.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist. That's why it says commie.
I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist.
I can't tell.
What's the difference? Explain to it.
I actually feel like mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm good on that. I'm good on that one. I'm good. I'm ready for a piece to soy out for the next 5 minutes.
Hold on. I have to stop.
That's great. That's absolutely fucking great. Yep, that nails Pisco to a fucking T. Wait, answer yes or no. Answer yes or no. Yes or no. Hypothetically, if words are coded and when she says communist, she means something else because she has a code when she's talking to Sitch and Adam, then that wouldn't mean she's a communist, right? Yes or no? Yes or no? Is that hypothetically true? Is that hypothetically true? Yes or no? You tell me right now. Yes or no? Why can't you answer yes or no? It's not falsifiable. Answer yes or no. You love to see it. Whoo! Good gracious. Oh, I love it. Maybe that's a debate worth watching. My goodness. Here's the other one I saw that this is funny. This is classic Pisco. This is what it's like to fucking debate him. Ready? Listen to this shit. Again, I don't really give a fuck about this, the topic of the debate. All these characters, Straighter Aid, and this person. I don't fucking know them. I don't care. Right? All right? Here we go.
Give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's fucking cooked and arbitrary.
I don't think you can point. Wait. I gotta ask because this is back there. Wait. I need to know. Hold on.
Everybody needs
Pisco,
healthcare.
Do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor there. I don't know why you just said Connor was
No.
cooked.
Wait. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more
You
important.
asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I'm appealing to the moderator. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
He asked which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point there. You did.
Is it more in the sense of, is it more of a basic, is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that, food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need to cope. You can just
hold on. Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two.
No, it makes sense.
Is a Ford Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car? That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he's trying to catch Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was fucking retarded. And now he's trying to walk it back to the word game. That's what's happening right now.
This is all weaselness.
It's a word game. It's a word game.
This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that. We all agree on that.
So now I want you to hear Pisco's defense, and then we'll go back and hear what Pisco said. Listen.
Necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more.
Connor there. I don't know why you just said Connor was cooked.
No. Wait. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I'm appealing to the moderator. Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
He asked which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point there. You did.
Is it more in the sense of, is it more of a basic, is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing that there?
Okay, that's what he said. He said, oh, no. I asked him if it's a separate category of thing. That was his claim. Now let's go back. And by the way, I'm listening at 1.25 speed. No, it's not too fast. Now let's go back and hear what he said.
Of a socialist policy, go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think, so why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs?
Because I'm going based on, because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Let's repeat this. Ready?
Asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Is food more of a human need than healthcare as you see it? Let's play that one more time.
Question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
I didn't hear him say shit all about, these categories, and it's about categories. No, Connor made the obvious point. Yes, food is more of a need than healthcare. Yes, it's more of a human need. That's not controversial to say. Here's how I know. I know plenty of people without healthcare. They could live for years. I myself never went to the doctor for 15 years. I had insurance, but I didn't use it. Had I not had the insurance, I still would have been able to live for 15 years. Now, I might be a big fat guy, and I might be able to go a long time without food because of these big fat reservoirs. But I don't think I could go 15 years. Right? So why would it be controversial? I've said this for years. Want to know how I know that, food and water is more important than healthcare? Here's how I know. Because I personally know people in my life who I love that instead of going out and purchasing healthcare, which they could have done, they had season tickets to baseball games. They'd go to football games to see the Pittsburgh Steelers. They had Xboxes, PlayStations, computers. They'd go out to eat all the time. Why? If they didn't have food, they weren't going to the fucking Steeler game. They would get food. If they didn't have water, they weren't going to the Steeler game. They would do what they could to purchase water. But no, not with healthcare. Now, you could say healthcare is a human right, but my argument is it doesn't seem that way. Because if right now, if we said, hey, the government said, here's $30,000 to every person in the country, $30,000, now buy healthcare with that to last you for a year or two. How many people would say, well, do I have to? What if I want to go to the Beyonce concert? What if I want to go on vacation? How about that? How many people took their stimmy checks that were designed for, oh my gosh, people were struggling to survive and blew it on frivolous shit? Now, again, we could argue whether or not healthcare is a human right, but to claim that it's on par with food or water is fucking ridiculous. So the idea that Connor's making a point, by the way, I'm no fan of anyone in that debate necessarily politically. Some of them I don't mind as people, but Connor makes quite the reasonable point. There is a difference between food and healthcare. Yes, food is more important. You could live without healthcare. You can't live without food. It's that simple. It is not for Pisco to be like, oh, that's fucking cooked. That's cooked. That's arbitrary. No, that's reality. And for you to then get called out by Destiny, like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't think food's more important? Yeah, food's more important. Okay, then why are you saying that's cooked? No, that's not what I said. That's the deal with Pisco. That's the criticism. And I know, I see people like Destiny fans that would come in and watch me once in a while that have always cheered for Pisco Fees debating me. Now that they see Destiny debating Pisco, they're like, I saw Michael Hatch saying, something's been off with him lately. No, it's always been there. You guys just didn't see it because he was your boy Destiny's sidekick. Pisco can't take an L on anything, no matter how benign. Yeah, you're right. Okay, I misspoke. No big deal. That's why, if you followed me for a while, I talked about the importance of this Jamal Bowman story. Everybody got tired of me talking about it, but you have to understand, my favorite person to talk to was Pisco. He was my favorite person because he would get into the weeds with shit like these Tulsi files with me. Loved it. I wanted to hear a different perspective of someone that had the opposite opinion of me to help strengthen my argument. And sometimes to help me realize, like, oh, okay, I didn't see it that way. Fair enough. I'll give you an example. One of the things that I learned debating Pisco, which I did not know, was Paul Combetta. He was the guy who deleted subpoenaed evidence, the IT guy that worked for Hillary's team that deleted subpoenaed evidence. He apparently had an oh shit moment and remembered a conversation he had 6 months ago that he was supposed to delete shit, but forgot to delete it until he was given a lawful subpoena to comply with by Congress, then decided to commit a felony by deleting that shit because he just remembered the previous 6 months ago conversation he had. A crime, blatantly. But one part of that story that I used to talk about a lot, and I have not talked about for the past year and a half, Paul Combetta was a man by the name of Stone Tier on Reddit. That was his handle. And Stone Tier, that we found out was Paul Combetta, put a thread on Reddit that said, I'm looking to delete a very VIP's name off of some email chains. Now that's pretty fucking damning. In other words, he's probably talking about Hillary Clinton. He wants to just remove her name so that when the government searches it, it doesn't look like she was on the email chains, therefore she can't get in trouble. But when he can't figure it out, he just wipes the whole thing with bleach bit. Looks pretty damning, right? Only, Pisco informed me, and it looked into it and it tended to be true, that the problem was that Hillary had changed email addresses. And the problem was that it sort of changed automatically using whatever server she was using, Gmail or whatever. It automatically changed to her new address on these old forms. And she didn't want her new address being disclosed with all these forms. So they just wanted to cover up the new address and have the old address be there as a placeholder. Now that might or might not be true, but it certainly cuts against the damning part of the evidence that I discussed. So I stopped talking about that. I probably would not have been aware with that had I not been debating someone that's trying to strongly push back at me. That's the type of reasons that I like debating Pisco. I took the L. I was like, oh, okay. Shit, yeah. That's actually I thought that there was no good explanation. That's a fucking explanation. Then I'm debating Pisco on things like Jabal Moment. Simple. Dude pulls a fucking fire alarm during Republicans voting for something. Clearly, the Democrats want a delay. He pulls the fire alarm, causes some sort of minor delay. Now, we were reliably told after January 6th that obstructing official proceedings was a huge deal. Here we go. A Democrat politician just did exactly that. So, lock him up, right? No, he doesn't get locked up. Instead, he says, oh, I thought I had to pull the fire alarm to get out the door. This dude was a fucking school principal that did fire drills. And that's his claim. Laughable. Absolutely laughable. Me and Pisco argued about it. I made fun of him. Whatever. No big deal. About 2 weeks later, he brings it up again. I'll never forget. It was the first movie I ever took my son to. It was Paw Patrol, Mighty Pups, something like that it was called. So I don't have my phone on for like 2 hours. I go out, we go out and eat, I check my phone, I check on X. Pisco's talking shit on me and X. Bringing back up the Bowman shit. He's bringing it up to me. I let it go. It just so happened, hours later, they released the footage of Jabal Bowman that showed that he was full of shit, that he barely tried to get out the door, he blatantly pulled the fire alarm. Now, Pisco had said for years, if you lie materially to investigators, that's a crime that we should charge. That's, after all, he has to say that because he's supporting the charges against Flynn and Papadopoulos and Manafort and Cohen and Roger Stone. So lying to investigators, which was basically all they could charge most of them for, that's a very big deal. So here we have Jabal Bowman. Now, in an effort to seem reasonable on X previous to this, Pisco's arguing against lefties, saying maybe Bowman didn't know that pulling the alarm would trigger the alarm. And Pisco's like, that's fucking ridiculous. He knew that. So once all the evidence is released, open and shut case. Let's do a syllogism, shall we? Premise 1. Lying to investigators materially about a case is a serious deal that should be charged. Premise 2. Jabal Bowman absolutely knew when he pulled the alarm that the alarm would go off. Premise 3. Jabal Bowman told law enforcement that he did not intend for an alarm to go off when he pulled it. Therefore, conclusion, according to Pisco, Jabal Bowman lied to law enforcement in a material way which he should be charged for. Open and shut. Now, why does Jabal Bowman matter to Pisco? If it was me, I'd say, fair enough, the dude fucking lied, throw him in jail. Yep. Of course, he can't say that because he knows in his debates with me that I'm talking about a double standard of law enforcement and how they go after people connected to Trump versus how they go after people like Jabal Bowman. So, he has to come up with the following excuse. Well, although it is true that lying materially would be a big deal, and though it is true that I believe Bowman absolutely knew that that alarm would go off, I think that when he told law enforcement he didn't intend for an alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did intend for an alarm to go off. And that was it. That was the moment I realized, like, oh, this guy's a sack of shit. He's as bad faith as it comes. That's it. Why even have a conversation with that guy anymore? I still do from time to time, but you saw the last one I had with him. When you corner him in showing that something's ridiculous, hey, Pisco, the court in Colorado cited a bunch of evidence of Trump engaging in or inciting an insurrection. Can you tell me what that was? Oh, they cited a bunch of tweets and quotes that he made saying to fight. Okay, let's look at this one particularly, when it said basically Mitch McConnell needs to fight. Do you think that was Trump literally telling Mitch McConnell to throw punches at people? Or do you think that was him colloquially speaking like politicians always do, saying, we need to fight, we need to get our agenda passed? Does anyone remember Pisco's response? I said, can you think of a hypothetical? Because at first he was like, well, that wasn't the only reason. That's just evidence to buttress it. I said, how does that buttress the claim? It's 100% nothing to do with literally calling for physical violence. And to the contrary, if they say, this is included as calls to incitement, then that makes me question all of the other examples that they're citing. If you put one piece of bullshit evidence in there, why should I trust the rest of your evidence? You know what Pisco says? Well, I could think of an example. Bear with me. What if Trump had a secret code? And so then when he's using words they don't mean what the rest of us think they mean. It's really a code. So in that world, then yes, this could have been a literal call to violence. What's the sense of talking to that guy? What's the sense? Suppose so. So then by the end of the debate, I just start doing the same thing. How do I know that the words you're using aren't a code? How do I know that? How can we have a conversation? Perhaps everything you're saying is coded language. So how could I know? And he's like, oh, fucking cope. That's what you fucking did. I was just trying to set, fuck you. That's the type of shit that he does. That's it. You just saw it there with Destiny. Play it again. This is what happened. Why would this matter? In the grander context of what they're talking about in this debate, why does this fucking point matter? And give Connor credit. He even says it. He's like, dude, just say you misspoke and move on. Not a big deal. But no, Pisco can't do it. He has to act like
give us one example.
Like a fucking arrogant prick. And these are people that at least formerly were his friends. But here we go.
Therefore, give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's fucking cooked and arbitrary.
Wait, I gotta ask because this is back there. Wait. I need to know. Hold on.
Everybody needs
Pisco,
healthcare.
do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor, though. I don't know why you just said Connor was
cooked. No. Wait. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry, I'm appealing to the moderator.
The specific question was, do you think food's more important than healthcare? That was how he phrased it.
Did he ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
He asked which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point there.
No.
You did. You did.
Is it more in the sense of, is it more of a...
Now, look, Connor's even going to say it right here. You could just say you misspoke and move on. But no, he keeps fucking doubling down.
Connor's point there.
No.
You did. You did.
Is it more in the sense of, is it more of a basic... Is it more of a basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that,
That's not what he said. That's not remotely close. He said, do you think food's more important to humans, more important than healthcare? Yes.
Food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need to cope. You can just
hold on. Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait. Just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense what you just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two.
No, it makes sense.
Is a Ford Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car? That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he tried to catch Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was fucking retarded, and I'm trying to walk it back to the word game. That's what's happening right now.
This is all weaselness.
It's a word game. It's a word game.
This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that.
That's it. That's Pisco in a nutshell. That's what it's like to debate him. That's it. On everything. It's like fucking pulling teeth. Anything. Any little thing. Why would it matter to just be like, okay, you're right. Food's more important. I misspoke. What I meant was, do you think it's so much more important that we consider one a human need and the other not? See? How hard would that have been? How hard would that have been? So what? You fucking misspoke. Pisco's whole fucking shtick with me is Rob one time said that he never called Black Lives Matter an insurrection. But we've gone through hundreds of hours of his shit, and we found 4 examples where he called the Chaz Zone an insurrection twice, and he quoted Brett Weinstein saying there was an insurrection on a college campus. And I was like, yeah, you're right, you got me. Okay, I was wrong. Doesn't materially change what I was really saying, but yeah, you're right. Wow. Hours and hours of research they apparently did just have me be like, okay, yeah. And he's like, oh, yeah, fucking bait. It's like, yeah, Pisco, normal people are able to admit, sure, I said something. He can't do it. He can't fucking do it. He cannot. Now, in many ways, I think Pisco is actually very intelligent on some topics and actually a reasonably good debater. But he's so fucking bad faith and such a sack of shit. And he's also like, and again, I like Pisco, don't get me wrong. As a person, I don't wish ill upon him. But it's just infuriating to me that he like adopts this persona. Like, you watch how he handles himself in some of these debates and on X. Where he'll be like, hey, Dave Portnoy, you fucking sack of shit. Why you running, you motherfucking coward? Yeah, that's what I fucking thought, you fucking loser. And it's like, what are you trying to accomplish here? Wow, you showed him. Call him a motherfucker on X. Woo! And it's like, okay, you understand that if people were calling you names first and then you call them back and it like gradually escalates. But with Pisco, it's always like this. Hey, would you be interested in having a debate? Okay, motherfucker, you're scared, Bubba. What? Then it's just everything about him, it just reeks of fucking sliminess. Every time he puts a post, the first thing he does immediately is repost his own post. Then if you have a big, long conversation with him in X, he used to do this all the time. Instead of just responding to your claim, he'll repost it as a separate post so that his audience is more likely to see his post than the person he's responding to. I got a thing on my shirt. Oh, this is water. I spilled water on my shirt. Yes. But anyways, that's Pisco. So, funny to hear his former co-host, Destiny. By the way, how long do you give it before Pisco's trying to get back involved with Destiny, right? All right. Now listen, I'm about to do a fan favorite thing here. Watch yourself. You guys aren't going to believe this. Get your dono bar ready, right? Get your money ready to dono. You ready? Okay. I turned this blue because I thought it was funny, but it's not really blue. But let's go to the shaky cam for a minute. I have something to show you. Okay. Let's see. All right. See him? He's got quite the little web going there. I can't. Sorry, I'm bumping up against the mic. Oh, the fucking thing. There it is. Oh, yeah. My wife is super pissed. That web's been up there for like 3 days, but this is the first time I've seen the spider. I just looked up and saw him now. He's going to, I don't know if you could tell, he's going to work in the center there, man. And it's kind of creepy looking, if I'm honest. He's a different, or she, I guess. I don't want to judge. It's a different one than the last one I saw. It's more bulbous. I probably got like some fucking crazy brown recluses in here or some shit that I just think are benign house spiders. So there you go. A new spider friend for you all to enjoy. We'll keep checking on them. I've noticed that they don't live all that long. So apologies for that. Has that tsunami hit? I'm hoping not. Nate, for $10 says, if only more of these unelected bureaucrats actually gave a shit about their position like Tom Holland does. Nate, for another 10, says, listening to that the debate, listen to those lefties debate, is like listening to a bunch of cats scream and yell and fight over a can of tuna fish. Lord of the Nerds, for $2, says, the Democrat to Socialist pipeline is on full display. Yup. And Lord of the Nerds, again, great to hear from you, by the way, man. $2 says, live and learn to be a communist with Pisco. The commies. Good stuff. Oh, I don't name them. The tradition is $50 for someone to name the spider. What was our spider friend's name last time? Smitty. Smitty was our spider friend, so $50 will gift you a naming of a spider. We try to grift with everything here, so 125. So we're going to do tomorrow's, I'm not leaving, but tomorrow's stream is going to start at 8 p.m. Eastern, and it's only going to be 2 hours. We have a hard cutoff because I'm going to be on with the great EOD on my secondary channel doing Dungeons and Dragons. I used to play Dungeons and Dragons. Now, where can you watch that content? You can go to EOD's channel, which I'll put up here shortly, or you could go to my new gaming channel. In fact, if you wouldn't mind, you could head over there right now and give me a sub. If you're not interested in gaming, you can still give me a sub if you think you want to help me get monetized over there. But if not, if you're like, gaming is stupid and Dungeons & Dragons for fucking loser nerds and it disgusts me, then you don't have to go over there. But just click on that link, go over there and sub real quick. I would much appreciate it. And then you could get updates. Or you can go to my friend EOD's channel, which you should also go over to and sub. And there is that. Go Rams, my brother says, I went over there even though I feel that way. Great. Now, we are 78% of the way through our goal. I think we can get to 100% tonight. No problem. Hell, I think we could get to 200% tonight. What do you think of that? That's optimism, damn it. Now, I owe our friend Mr. Ubercross a song, don't I? I don't know if he's still here. He wants a speed metal song. The topic is Rob is a bearded Viking warrior. All right, let's just do this. I'm never going to find that. Okay, I'll just have to. No. All right. Now, if you send in 20 bucks, we'll make you an AI song. You can choose the topic and the style of the song. I type slow, so bear with me. Why is that? No, I see. Bearded Viking wearing casual opens pickle jars and earns 300. Okay. And okay. All right. What do we want? Let's put something ridiculous in with the speed metal, though. That's good enough. Let's up the weirdness a little and the style a lot. And male vocals. There we go. All right. For you, Mr. Ubercross, let's get her going. We'll see how it works. If you like this, remember, you could send in $20. So our offers tonight are $20 for an AI song of your request, $50 to name the spider. Do I have the Austin Hall song with the sitar solo? I think I may. All right, here we go. Did I create that? Okay. All right, let's do this. And here we go. For Mr. Ubercross. There you go, Mr. Ubercruz. I hope you're still around. You too can request for $20 an AI song. Maybe it's AI. Maybe it's my band that's downstairs. We don't know. We're not disclosing the truth. So the Olive Jar sequel. Yeah. Yeah, I sort of thought with Joe Boober, my D&D character, tune in tomorrow night at 10 p.m. on my gaming channel to see the infamous Joe Boober. Yeah, there he is. He does have he's a barbarian with a sailor background. Sort of Viking-ish, I thought. I didn't know what kind of background to give the guy. Also, our spider friend's still building a web. We have not named him. $50 will get you a name on the spider. Oh, the fantastic Nate, $30 says, Dad's birthday, how long will it scales with a hot load of pickle jar? Ah, man. At the old scales, huh? Weighing the old pickle jars. Ah, man. JB Speaks, $2 says, my last super was too long. Hope this makes it up. No problem. Nice and tidy. I got to say, man, Nate's not only, like, I'm almost guaranteeing it. We're going to go to my channel. So it keeps track of, like, I don't know, it has some crazy point system. By the way, sorry I keep touching my eye. It is so damn itchy. I don't know what's going on. Anyways, look at this. Nate currently driving. This dude's working. And look at this. Bam! Top of the leaderboard tonight. Killing it. Dad's birthday, how long will it scales with a hot load of pickle jars? In the style of house music. All right. Was there a typo, Nate? Because I don't know that I'm quite getting it. House music I got. Dad's birthday, how long will it scales with a hot load of pickle jars? How long will it... See, I was assuming it had to do with stopping at scales while you're driving a truck. How long will it take to weigh a truck of a hot load of pickle jars, maybe? That's what that's what I'm getting. But I don't know the part where Dad's birthday comes in. We'll see if Nate... Let me make sure Nate didn't. All right. That's what we're going with. If for Nate, if that's wrong, we'll redo it. Let's see. What can I include with this? We'll try this. I always try to throw a little added touch. We'll see how it goes. Oh, Seawolf coming in hot. $50. Giving the big L to Austin Hall. All right, we'll get to I promise, Nate, we'll get to your song in a second. Damn right, Seawolf. Unbelievable. Let's do it. Go. Amazing.
Eat that shit, Austin All. Damn. Now we'll celebrate with a tremendous house music groove. Here we go. I couldn't even tell you what house music is. Hopefully, this is what Nate was asking for. I know he's driving right now. So he's like, I hear you, I hear you. So we'll. All right, here we go.
Rolling down this lonesome highway, moon's a witness to my plight. Got a hot load of pickle jars, swaying the scales glowing in the night. Will they wave me through or hold me still? I've got time to burn, but not this way. Oh, the weight's not just on my axles, it's weighing heavy on my mind. Will these jaws keep my wheels turning, or will they stop me in the bind? Pickle jars and pressure mix, ticking clocks that won't unwind. Sweat beads up under this worn cap, seaweed chatter fills the air. Truckers whisper tales of glory, but tonight I'm caught in despair. Every tick of the clock feels slower, the line ahead keeps getting lower. Oh, the weight's not just on my axles, it's weighing heavy on my mind. Will these jaws keep my wheels turning, or will they stop me in a bind? Pickle jars and pressure mix, ticking clocks that won't unwind.
Oh, wow. Hopefully, Nate, I know you said that Dad's birthday equals that's what it's worth. Ah. Well, hopefully you enjoyed the song. Yeah, yeah. Nate's trying to call someone and he just accidentally, his text to speech keeps donating me money. He's like, God damn it, no. So we've decided we're naming the spider Lost in All. I like it. Lost in All. He's going crazy right now. So he started in the center. Now he's getting further along the web. This guy's working harder than I've ever worked at anything in my entire life. Kicking ass. Good stuff, Spider. Get him. Stay up there, though, man. You kind of creep me out. I don't know. Someone mentioned a shooting in the Reno casino. I didn't even hear of this. Terrible news. I'm looking here to see if I see anything about that. Uh-oh! What? No shit. When did this release? Wow.
This is unbelievable. I'll show you this in a second. Let me check something real quick before I get all amped about something that might not be true. Oh, shit. Give me a second. I'm trying to confirm this. Why am I only seeing... When was this released? How did I miss this? All right. So I don't know if this was released recently or if this, I don't even know if it's true, but it looks legitimate. And I'm going to do my best to find this by tomorrow. But what did I tell you were the two things that I was looking for when it came to evidence of corruption with the Russia investigation? Does anyone remember? I pointed to two things. I've been saying it for a long time, but specifically in the past month or so. I said I was looking for two things. Does anyone remember? I hope someone here remembers. I do. Nate, thanks so much for the $10. Says, call mom. Chloe's scared. He gives $10. Says, the song is fire, brother. Thank you. No, I don't know if anyone remembers. Scott, you let me down. One was Joseph Misfit, evidence that he's Western intelligence. The other was information that showed that the investigation into Trump started before July 31st, 2016. Because I said I strongly suspect that there was open investigation into Trump's teams before the official narrative. And I talked about how important that would be, because that would mean that we've been lied to by the FBI all this time that said, nope, it was Papadopoulos. We started it July 31st, 2016. That was the official opening. Now, speaking of our boy Papadopoulos, here he is. Developing newly declassified Strzok texts detail open counterintelligence investigation before Crossfire Hurricane. This is from July 28th, 3 days before the opening of Crossfire Hurricane. Peter Strzok messaged to Lisa Page. So 3 things I want to talk to you about. 1, redacted. 2nd, are open counterintelligence investigations relating to Trump's Russia connections. Are open counterintelligence investigations relating to Trump's Russian connections. You need a timeline. Peter Strzok, then Deputy Assistant Director of the FBI's Counterintelligence Division, writes the memo, formally opening the Russia collusion investigation. Strzok says he was directed to do this by Andy McCabe. That's when we're told was the start of the intelligence investigation into Trump. July 31st, 2016. However, according to this, 3 days prior to that, Strzok is already discussing our open counterintelligence investigation related to Trump's Russian connections. So they were already investigating Trump for connections to Russians at least 3 days before. There you go. Just in case you're wondering what lefties will say. Yeah, it seems pretty normal, I think. Russia's all up in our stuff. There you have it. Sure, we've been bullshitted about the opening of the Russian investigation. This is always the case for these lefties. Always. It'll always be the case. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. It will not matter. They could fucking lie and lie and lie. And people like Michael Hatcher will say, of course, Russia's bad. Oh, well, no big deal. Okay, maybe you're not a lefty. You are a centrist with Trump derangement. Is that fair? Sure, the FBI's lied to us for the past 7 years about the start of the investigation. Oh, well, nothing to see here. Of course, every step of the way it was corrupt as well. That's the truth. The people that hate Trump don't give a fuck. They're like, yeah, that's fine. We're perfectly fine with the FBI. Whatever they have to do to stop this man. Fuck it. Make up, spy on him, wiretap him, throw him in jail for crimes he didn't commit. We don't give a fuck. We don't care. He's bad. Stop him. That's the truth. That's what they really mean. But they won't just come out and say it. They have to pretend. And then each step of the way, no, Hillary's team didn't pay for the dossier. Okay, they paid it, but no, the FBI didn't use the dossier to get a FISA warrant. Okay, they used it, but no, they didn't use it exclusively. There was other things. Okay, it was basically just it, but no, there's no way they would have used it without verifying. Okay, they did that, but that's okay because Russia collusion is such a big deal. We had to get to the bottom of it. Okay, Hillary's team colluded with Russia, but that's not a big deal because it's different. That's it. Every time. We could find out that Joseph Mitchell was ordered to tell Papadopoulos this shit from the CIA, from Obama himself. And Michael Hatch would be like, I don't see the big deal. So what? Russia's always up in our shit. You can't call in tonight at 2 a.m. Call in tomorrow. I'll do a call-in show around noon. It doesn't matter to these people. It does not fucking matter. Yes, Eastern time. It'll be between noon and 12:30. Set an alarm. There you go. Well, I got 4 thumbs up and 20 subscribers on my gaming channel. Nice. Also on this channel. My top fan over here is the Devil's Raspberry and Seawolf. Nice. Oh, that's Damien. That's my top. Oh, nice. 20 subs. Nice. Yes, I have a gaming channel now. I'm not doing much with it, but here you go. We're just going to do D&D there tomorrow night. And now there is always a chance if I got busy with work with the Crucible that I can't do the call-in show tomorrow, but I don't think that'll be the case. I do it just about every day, so I don't think it'll matter. Oh, man.
Oprah's private road has been opened to those fleeing the tsunami. Okay. There are a lot of like cultural stories to talk about today. John Solomon announces Chuck Grassley will release the Durham Annex as early as tomorrow, saying it believes it will show the FBI officials knew the Clinton campaign planned the entire Russia collusion hoax and that they agreed to be co-conspirators. We'll see. Yeah, but Russia's all up in our shit, right? Even if they did. No big deal, right? Lefties, TDS sufferers. Did you see this story about Joey Swole? Did you see this? It's worth talking about here for a minute. He is the fitness guy you always see. It gives you videos like people being rude at gyms. I always kind of liked his content. Like, hey, be a gym bro. Don't be rude to people. You know? When Hulk died, he put up a video of him dressed like Hulk Hogan. Like, Hulk was one of my childhood heroes and was just lifting weights. And he got shit on because Hulk said some racist things once. So how dare you? So he apologized to the woke mob, and it wasn't enough. So now he says he's going to stop putting videos out. He capitulated to the mob, and now he'll find out. It'll never be enough. Once you start, that's that. It's a shame. I like Hulk Hogan. You ready? Here's what I have to say. I've heard allegations that Hulk Hogan said some racist things. In addition to that, there are other allegations that he was a poor father, poor husband. Also allegations that he was a brutal politicker in the world of professional wrestling, and has been confirmed to be an incredible liar and bullshit all throughout his life. And so I just want to say to the people that saw me saying it was too bad he died and he had a big influence on my life, go fuck yourselves. Now I like the man even more. Fuck you. I'll choose to like who I want for any reason that I see fit. And you trying to bully me or trying to get me to submit to you, saying that I have to apologize for anyone I like for any fucking reason, you could go fuck yourselves. I do apologize for one thing, that you thin-skinned fucking pussies thought that you could get me to ever apologize to you for anything. Go fuck yourselves. There you go. That would have been my apology. Having said that, me and my friends picked on Hogan all the time for some of his bullshit claims that he made that was kind of funny. I don't care. Nate, $2 says it doesn't matter what the FBI does because he'll get to the next part here. That's it. Oh my God, that guy said racist shit, and you, an icon in this country, is in fucking Rocky 3, made wrestling a household thing, is like part and parcel to Americana in the 80s, and you dressed up like him to curl weights? Oh no! By the way, these are people that voted for Joe Biden who eulogized Robert Byrd, a grand wizard of the fucking KKK. Yes, that's right, the Incredible Thunderlips. Then you got the American Eagle ad, yes, with Sydney Sweeney. I couldn't believe it. I thought that they were kind of like shitting people when it came to that story. Like, I thought people were just like, it's just a couple of random online internet bros. But then it was like, news stories were covering it. Here, let's play some of this. If you didn't know, Sydney Sweeney's an attractive woman. She did an American Eagle ad. She happens to be white, so, you know, that's bad. You don't want attractive women that are white doing things. That's bad. So here we go. From ABC, GMA, First Look, The Pulse.
Time to check the pulse. We begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda with racial undertones.
the pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between like 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
Despite that backlash, American Eagle stock has been soaring.
Do you think there's even remotely a chance that any of these people would have had any problem whatsoever if instead that was Beyonce saying, I have good genes? Do you think there would have been any backlash whatsoever? Of course not. Go black women. Yes, be proud of yourself. They just keep doubling down. There's all sorts of media stories. This was my favorite, though. This is from a TikTok influencer, but I enjoyed this thoroughly. Now, I warn you, this is deeply disturbing. This is very disturbing. So if you're squeamish, if you don't have the constitution for like some serious, emotional material, you may want to leave. Now, I know personally, when I'm devastated, I know what I like to do. Hop on my TikTok and
Yep, that got me too. And I don't know why. Maybe because it's just so blatant. I keep thinking that people just are not gonna believe us until we're hung out there, but then even then I feel like they'll be like, oh no. Kind of like they are with I see the same perpetual self-imposed victimhood. I did a post about saying, hey, like, these are the action steps that we really need to see from the good whites. Where I said, I need protection. Put my cash out. And she goes, well, would you just rather white women just not follow you at all anymore because da-da-da. And I'm like, yeah, definitely unfollow me. If you thought you being here and clicking a follow button was doing me a favor, same as that one guy, whatever his name was. Descendant of the oppressor. He's like, well, Lindsay still does a good job and I appreciate her work and labor, so I'm gonna still follow her. No, definitely unfollow me. If you are any type of person, but especially a white woman who's coming to this platform thinking you're doing me a favor by clicking a follow button, leave now. Immediately now. Because honey boo boo, not this person, I'm doing you a favor by showing up and calling you out.
Yeah. I mean, that's powerful. It's very powerful, I don't even know what to say. I don't know what to say. I'm very upset. I'm emotional. I just don't know. I just want to say, any of you out there that are listening, you think you can come here and just give me a like and a sub? You think that's supporting me? Seeing this stuff? I'm emotionally distraught. It's an attractive woman in jeans. It's terrible. And you think you're going to come here and just give me a like? Now, that's not enough. We need the good white people to step up, particularly white women that are following me. It's time to support. I'm tired of these white people coming in here and just offering thumbs ups and subs. No. Get to that Cash App link. All right. We'll accept YouTube donations as well. It's just so blatant now. It's just so blatant. Jeans, it's blatant. And listen, honey boo boo, You better donate to my Cash App or my YouTube. I don't even want your support. You know what? Unfollow me. Unfollow me if you think that, it's okay for a white lady to wear jeans. If you think that's okay, and you see how devastated that makes me? And you're just going to give a follow? You're going to follow me? No, just unfollow. Unless you send me. The only thing that'll make this better is donating to my Cash App or YouTube. Also, if I guess you could donate to my PayPal or buy me a coffee. But that's the only thing that'll make it better. I'm sorry. It's difficult to deal with this generational trauma. It's so difficult. Oh, man. Now white ladies are wearing jeans. It's just... What next? Next thing you know, fat white guys will be wearing T-shirts. Then where will we be? I know you'll do the right thing. Nate, thanks so much. You understand. Says it doesn't matter what the FBI does, and for another $2 says because Orange Band bad. Yep. Former supporters, right? These fucking people are... It's absolutely nuts. What are you talking... Lower class, what are you mentioning here? Rob, he lived 30 minutes from me. His son Nick got in that really bad car accident in my hometown. Who are you talking about? I'm wearing a white person hat. That is what the P stands for, white people. Well, it is 2:06. We've already reached our goal, but I can stay up a little. But it's up to you guys. So we'll go with the little... It's not the official weekly Griftathon. That'll be Thursday. But the great Amagad, the Chad of the Week's in here. So I figure, why not? Let's do a little grifting. Anyone who doesn't want to see me just shout and yell for money could go ahead and leave. Totally get it. We will cover from 8 to 10 tomorrow the rest of these Tulsi files and maybe the Durham files. And then Joe Boober will eviscerate people. Also at noon to 12:30 tomorrow. By the way, in a game, just in case, use eviscerate orcs, I guess we'll say in Dungeons and Dragons. On the right. Oh, I know what's going on. Damn it. No. This is so aggravating. No. All right. Boop, 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 boop. The game is simple. We put in. The tsunami is bad, is it? Ugh, shit. It's terrible. Last dono of the night of at least $5 wins the MVP of the night. Right now, that would be Nate, who gave $10. You could donate on Rumble. You could donate on YouTube. You can also donate on PayPal at robnoerr, buymeacoffee.com/robnoerr, or Cash App at $robnoerr. Now, if you donate to one of those three platforms, let me know so I could know and I could check it. The game is simple. We play the timer until it gets to about 2.5 minutes. that point, I start to check to make sure that no one donated on any of the other things. And if not, we end the show. However, any donation of $5 or more puts you in the lead to win for the night and resets the timer. Last donation of the night wins. You could automatically win if you give a one-time donation of $200 if you really want to be MVP of the night. But I got to be honest, you'd be dumb to do it. Save your money for the official Griftathon, the weekly Griftathon on Thursday. It comes with the prestigious title of Chad of the Week. Ask Amagad about it. His life has changed thoroughly. This entire week, he's been Chad of the Week. He messaged me and said he feels like he's walking on air. People are bowing to him in the streets. Police officers are giving him escorts everywhere he drives at maximum speed. It's really amazing. But if you really insist on winning tonight, you can give a one-time donation of $200. $5 donations will still reset the clock after that, but they will not put them in the line for winning the MVP of the night. Only a donation of $200 or exceeding it will surpass that. One other rule, because people complain. I know it's sort of cheating, and maybe we'll adjust this at a later date, but yes, I am aware that people donate other countries' denominations of money, which are slightly less than our sweet, sweet U.S. currency. But for my purposes, we just accept that the number is the number. So 200 is 200, even if it's Australian bucks, which actually comes to like, I don't know, something like 7 kangaroos or something when you, actually change the currency. Anyways, if no one wants to donate, that's perfectly fine. I could go to bed as well. But I'm not as tired as I thought I would be tonight. So I figured we haven't done this for a while. I'd give it a chance, run it, see if I can make some money. I also remind you that giving is better than receiving. And so I'm doing you all a favor. I feel like I'm giving because I'm receiving, which is actually like giving. So that's a good thing. So you guys could donate money and you win because you're giving money. And sadly, I will accept the money, which is, a burden on me, but it's a burden I'm willing to take for the great neurons in my. Now, you might not lose, Amagad. You might win Chat of the Week again this week. Anyways, start the timer. Beep, beep, beep. Yeah. Oh, boy. What a night. It's been a good night. I love covering things like these files. I really do. But 3 hours I thought was probably a limit for us. So I elected to call her quits. And, thought it was reasonable. I hope people agree with me. It's reasonable. Otis Driftwood says, that lady had bad genes. Hawaii seems to be doing fine. Good. So remember, once we get to 2 minutes, 30 seconds, I'll start to check to make sure that I haven't got any donations. It takes at least a $5 donation, so don't give like 2. Yeah, I've been going for 4 hours and 16 minutes as of right now. It's been this stream, so 3 hours and 57 minutes is highly unreasonable. Hawaii screwed, says Burr. Now I have Michael Hatch says Hawaii seems fine. Burns says Hawaii's screwed. Now I'm going to have to look for myself and see what information I could glean. Let's see what we can find. Oh, geez. I'm not seeing any details. Oh, we got a dono. Sorry, I was looking. $5. Amagad, thanks so much. Says, how does Joe Boober feel about half orcs? No. In some ways, he hates them more than orcs. The
those animals, the orcs, with humans. No, we will not accept it. Thank you. And again, in the lead, Chat of the Week, going to win MVP of the night as well. My goodness. What a victory. I'm looking. I don't see anything. Let me search. Okay, I saw from 2 hours ago. The tsunami has officially arrived. Okay. It's reached Hanalei. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not seeing any details. I saw people fleeing. But that's all I've seen. I don't know. I'm not going to be able to find any information here tonight. Anyways, Amagad's going to win this thing. He's going to do it. Oh, John, I'll check that out, man. First report, thousands dead? I think you're bullshitting me. No way. Yeah, I'm calling bullshit, Burn. Amagad, beating himself, resets the clock, says, what if Boober finds out his great-grandfather was an orc? No. Refusal to accept it. Joe Boober knows his family lineage. You bastard, Burn. Well, hopefully it's not as bad as initial predictions were. Sorry. All right, done looking for Hawaii news. So I go downstairs and put more Visine in my eye. I don't know what the hell is going on with it, if I'm honest. Why is it so damn itchy? And I think it's worse when I'm up here. I think pollen or something I'm allergic to is coming in. Let's see. I will take a picture with my phone here and then see. Let's see if I see any redness. I don't know. Whatever. It's not pink eye. I do know that. I had pink eye when I was a kid, and the drops they gave me was sulfa, and that's how I learned that I was allergic to sulfa. I almost lost my eye. So now I have to tell the doctors I'm allergic to sulfa. And I was also allergic to the tetanus shot. Though I no longer think that it's the tetanus shot vaccine. Apparently it's mixed. It was mixed when I was a kid with a bunch of other shit, and it was kind of common for kids to have a bad reaction. So I think this is going to be it. I think Amicad's going to get the victory. We're going to close down shop before 2:30. But that's all right. Ooh, what's my man Carlos saying? All right, here we go. 2:30. Let's check it. Nothing on Rumble. Cash App. Oh boy. This was from yesterday. RW. I'm not going to say your real name, but thank you for the $10 yesterday, but that's not going to count it today. And then nothing on Cash App. Let's check PayPal. Gentlemen, I'm afraid that's going to be all for tonight. The chat of the week, Amicad, the victor, the tactical donator. Look at that. What an ass kicker. Loving it. Well, it's been a great show. Tomorrow around 12 to 12:30, unless something else happens, we'll be doing the daytime call-in show where you can call in and harass me or yell at me or agree with me or don't use homophobic slurs. We learned that this morning, unfortunately, which resulted in me having to completely shut down the fucking video, delete it immediately. It is one thing I'd say. I do appreciate how great my audience has been for trying to comply with terms of service. I really do appreciate it. It's particularly important on those channels or on those shows like call-in shows. Even if it's a good-natured mistake, the nature of how it was said this morning was a person literally saying he had written a book and a character that was a bad character in the book that was modeled after the Westboro Baptist Church and said, but it wasn't something to celebrate. It was a character he was denigrating. And he said, and I had him say, God hates a particular people. You can't say that shit. You can't, even if it's an accident. Even if a good-natured person would say, well, come on. That wasn't intending to insult that group of people. It was insulting the group that was insulting. It does not matter. Also, can I get another $5 donation to get us to an even 400? That would be reasonable, right? $400. Hell, it doesn't even have to be $5. It could be $4.41. That's right. YouTube and the AI does not care. That is absolutely correct. So you gotta be careful. So if you call into that show, just be careful. We're almost at $400. We're there. Another $4.51. Someone could do it. Oh, snap. There it is. Nico Pluto coming in clutch. $10. That'll do her. Oh, look at that. Michael Hatch, $5. Says, looking forward to tomorrow's chat. Sure, man. Call in early. Because like today, you see what happened, Michael. What happens is a lot of times, like the first hour, no one calls in. And then all of a sudden, 20 minutes before I have to go, it's like bam, 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 bam. Like I get 5 callers. And then unfortunately, I don't have a lot of time to spend because usually I have a hard out around 2 o'clock. So call in early. But yeah, Nico, Michael, thank both of you. Look at that, 410. Now, if we get another $10, I'll be at $420. Set your alarm for 12:30 Eastern time. Would be safe. Another $10 will get us to $420. I don't know. Are any of us stoners here? I'm certainly not. 420, man. I saw someone, I don't know if it's true, it's probably photoshopped, but I saw a guy on X that was like, I had to save, I never thought I would save like a $100 bill, but I had to get this one rated and saved. And the serial number on it was 69420-800B. So it said 69420 boob. It's like, oh, that's pretty badass. That's worth more than $100. Oh, look at that. Fredo with $5. Now we're only $5 away. Surely another $5 to get to 420. See, Burns into it. He's like, yeah.
Almost there. Tonight we will be rating. Let's check. See who's on. Mm-hmm. Well, we have options. Oh, look at this. $419, says JB Speaks. $3.42 for the OCD, both making and breaking. And then Amicad. Oh, snap. It's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Yeah, don't donate now unless you're giving $80 to make it an even 500. It's perfect. 420. Nailed it. I can't even ask for more. That's it. Unless there's some like weed hater out there that's going to donate like $2, just be like, bam, there, eat that. Yeah, 69 cents would be a good donation. All right, let's see. We'll raid Jess tonight. Fuck it. All right. You guys have been good. Do Abe? All right, we'll do Abe tonight. Fuck it. He's not showing up. Let me check. The only one showing up for me is Jess. Oh, there's Abe. All right. Abe it is. All right. Make sure you guys give a sub to Abe. Oh, look at this. Not quite dead. $2 says F Podheads. JB Speaks throws in $1.01. Ah! 423. We'll take it. Do you think Not Quite Dead would donate more money if I'm like, actually, 423 is a number that potheads use to hide when they're trying to say 420. So that's also a pothead number. You think that would work? I don't know. So, all right. Enjoy this raid of Abe Dinkus. Please give him a sub. Even if you don't stick around, give him a sub. I think it would really help out. You guys are the best. I really appreciate it. Tomorrow, 12 to 12:30, call-in show. 8 o'clock, regular show from 8 to 10. Then we're going to head over to my gaming channel and to EOD's channel to do night 2 of me ever playing Dungeons & Dragons. And I feel like I have nowhere to go but up. I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. I'm going to roll some lucky dice. We're going to crush some skeletons and jellies. And I don't know, maybe the quality of monsters will be bumping up. So maybe we'll get like, I don't know, what's after that? Like zombies, maybe. I don't know. So it'll be fun. Oh, one more link to the gaming channel. Sure. Normal America Gaming. And I'll probably raid my own channel tomorrow if I can figure out how to allow raids. So, we're going to fight orcs before too long. Finally. All right. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. Thank you to everyone that donated. Thank you to everyone that just chats, gave a thumb up or anything like that. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the people that donate a lot of money. Again, it still blows my mind. I mentioned this on my show this morning. I talked to a guy today, like a CPA, about setting up to pay my taxes quarterly, and it still blows my mind that I'm able to do this as a career. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Next week's going to get a little weird. I think I'm going to a debate thing in Chicago with the Crucible and with Andrew Wilson. So the schedule for streaming might be weird there, but I assure you I'll try to take my laptop and camera. Maybe we'll do a fucking collaborative stream in person, me and Andrew Wilson. Who knows? Or someone else for the Crucible. So, should be fun. Anyways, I'll see you back here tomorrow around noon or 12:30. Enjoy the raid of Abe Dinkus. I'm heading out now until a while, but we're raiding Abe Dinkus, so stick around. Thank you so much, everyone. And as always, you guys are the best. Have a good one.